2 minutes late. Always late. I can't make it on time. I keep a trying and trying. Doesn't matter because we're already late. Um, yeah, I feel pretty good. I'm having a cup of coffee. Uh, as you can see, I'm having a bad hair day. No, um, I just want to mention last night. Like if you're looking at the stream and you look at the date, the last stream before it or whatever, um, I got popped really good in an Aries. There was like some arachno sway across it. two two long arm tens or something. I mean, I could see the shell, the trace tracer or whatever, where those long arm, they make a distinctive. I could see he was throwing long arm shells at me, and I popped out there, but he killed me. So I was doing the typical thing of, oh, I'm gonna come back with my weakest Mac. I'm like, I was really resistant to using MD. I couldn't keep an MD alive for more than a few seconds. At the beginning, that's what it's like. But then I thought, well, what if, instead of being in the mode of like, oh, I'm coming out strong. I'm coming out with the strongest robot that I have in my inventory. In terms of practice, wouldn't it be better to practice with the absolute rock bottom, weakest robot that you have, right? So I got in this thing of like, all right, you blew up my strongest mech. I'm going to throw my weakest mech at you. Now think about this as a player, because I experienced it last night. The whole thing of like, boom, we killed your most powerful mech. And then coming back with the very weakest mech and killing an Ares on the opposing team. And it was it was really funny because it's like I was heading toward, we're on that big sky platform. It's like some beam you down from space platform over a planet or whatever like that. So you're way up in the air on this. It's like an aircraft carrier, but it's an aerial aircraft carrier, right? So we're on the deck of that, and I'm trying to approach the central control point, and it's mayhem, and they've got the upper hand. I mean, they're winning. That's why my Ares got hit, because my front, the guys out there really in the front were not putting down any covering fire because they were dead. So there are these side, it's like it's like a little mini landing platform. Like you could actually, if you were on another one of the space platforms, you could jump jet across from another one and land on this little platform. But it's kind of below the main deck, right? So there's a ramp that goes down to it, and I'm heading to the central control point, and I'm about to get destroyed, right? So all my hit points, I only have like a third of my hit points left. So I'm like, let me drop down to this lower deck. And somebody saw me, we were blasting him because there's another ramp that goes down on the other side. So I like drop down halfway down the ramp, and I'm healing myself. The MD can repair itself, right? So I'm repairing it to get some hit points back. And I see that telltale, the sweep of a deflector shield from an Ares. He's like, he's like stepping down there. And who was it? Oh man, I love you forever. The guy riding the robot was So Fried Onion. And we go back. We've been he's been on there since I've been playing. Every now and then I would see So Fried Onion. So we've been in a number of battles together. But I'm like, and this is what I say on stream a lot. I'm like, look at notice how the deflector shield of the Ares is really hanging out. You can shoot the deflector from cover oftentimes, right? So that's what I did. I pop out, I see the edge of the deflector shield, and I'm like, get into position, and I take my pulse cannon, and I just the very outer edge of the deflector shield. I've got 2/3 of a magazine and a pulse cannon that I think fully loaded is 85 rounds. I think it's a pulse cannon. Well, let's see. We got it right here in front of us. I'm gonna take a look at it. Its total damage is 31,000. So the problem with this is like it's kind of bad range. Right? It's not really accurate as the photon, proton, whatever it is, start going out. They start spreading out, and I guess they're weaker. Yeah, it's got a big magazine though. 90. It's a pulse cannon 8. Okay, so maximum range is 105 meters, and I don't know. It's projectile speed meters per second. It should be. I'd be annoyed if it was not. It should be meters per second. 160 meters per second, and it's got this hit cone. That's what I mean. It starts to spread out, right? Of 2.16 meters. So you can miss at a big distance. You can definitely not hit with every shell. So I'm like, bah, 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 and just keep unloading. I got 2/3 of a magazine, which is about 60, a little bit more than 60, and I like bah, 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 I shoot down a little bit of that. And then it takes out the deflector shield. And as soon as the deflector shield lets out, I swung down a little bit further, and I saw the guy's got a real high power. It's like a grenade launcher, right? Well, he's under a ceiling right there. He can't really use that. So he's in a tank. He's in an Ares with a deflector shield. I just pop out the deflector shield. I edge down to the side. I see it's got a grenade launcher on it. And I jump right in front of him and just hit the pulse cannon right in his face, right? And I start going towards him. And the first thing he does is he unleashes a fearsome Palisade from his grenade launcher into the ceiling over his head. And you just see all the grenades go shooting straight up. They're supposed to go in a parabolic arc. And 3 things really. You're in an Ares and you see like this, I don't know. You're looking at 4 people just unloading on a little MD mech, right? Aren't you going for an easy kill, right? But you forgot that if you go down underneath there, right, you can't do a grenade launcher because it has to have an arc. And the second thing is if that guy gets in too close, right, you're totally defenseless, right? So the first thing, well, I mean, really, he launched this really powerful grenade launcher thing. All the grenades hit the ceiling over his head and explode right there, right? And I'm coming towards him with the MD here. But on my rear and flank, I've got like 2 or 3 robots coming down behind me. They saw me go down there, right? I just had a few seconds to heal or whatever. and they're coming behind me too, right? And then another guy is following him. It's like we're just about to lose. I'm like the last robot standing, right? This is what was great about that moment is all of a sudden he's like backing towards the edge of the platform. He's like, holy crap, I need to get back up from this guy because he's got a fully loaded Pulse Cannon 8. And yeah, it's actually starting to do it. It's gonna 30 if I unload a whole more than a whole magazine. Actually, it was probably about close to. I think I looked at it, and when I began firing directly at the Ares, I had about a half magazine. Like first, I was at about 68 rounds or something like that, and I started unloading on the deflector shield, and then the deflector shield went out, and I jumped in front of him and hit the button and started really unloading, you know. And he's like, oh man, I gotta back up, and he starts to back up, and he's like, I'm gonna fall off the edge, right? So he starts to kind of sidle around. Well, then I thought the awesome part was like all his buddies are trying to take me out, right? And I don't mean on a date, right? They open fire, and I'm like dodging with, you know, because he's in the way, right? There's two of us because I got really close to him. He's like backing towards the platform. He can't go back any further, so he has to come forward. So I'm constant rain of fire directly into his face, you know. So he's trying to go around half circle like this. So there's two of us, and we're rotating like this with like three robots trying to hit me, right? And of course, their shells are hitting him because I'm trying to dodge behind him. Because literally, he's a walking shield, right? Because he's a heavily armored Ares mag, and his team member shells don't. Well, they can't. They're basically blocked by him, right? So people are trying to get a shot into me, and they're hitting him, right? Which doesn't damage him, but it does block their shells, right? And I'm continually unloading, and then yeah, it was an entire magazine. But you know, this is another thing that I do is I don't run. You know, and I'll see this behavior, and some people, they're like, oh my God, you know, all of a sudden their magazine is empty, and they'll be like, you know, they're clicking on it, and all of a sudden it doesn't click anymore, and they look down and it's zero, and they turn around, which their armor on the back, of course, is the lowest, right? So if you turn around and try to run, first of all, the next shell that hits you probably is going to take you out, and then second of all, if the guy's like playing on a cell phone and he can't hit anything because he's trying to slide it with the sight with his thumb, right? If the first shell doesn't get your exhaust pipe, the weak part of your robot from behind, then the second or the third is going to take you out. So what's the point really of running? Right. And also, you know, people get kind of, it seems like the behavior of I try to see the person, see some kind of indication of a psychological response or reaction. And this guy, you could tell so Front Onion, if you ever see this, you know, recording, I'd love to hear what you were thinking. I wish we had been able to to communicate directly between each other as it was happening. That would have been really cool. Like, you know how a police car has an intercom and they're like, halt, you know, and the big bullhorn comes out. I really think that would be cool in Mech Arena if people could shout at each other while they were fighting, die, you know, or whatever. But so yeah, if you haven't seen it, it's not a long stream. It's like the last stream before this one. It's a 30-minute stream. He goes around full circle trying to get away from me. You know, he's like this, and he goes all the way around, and I run out of shells, and I just get in as close as I can. I head straight towards him, and I think a lot of times I see this hesitancy, like people don't know what to do. They're like, what is this stupid little ladybug robot? He can't destroy me, he's going to be nucleonized and vaporized, and what in the world he's doing. And those are critical moments, right? But before they realize, hey, he's my damage it's taking a while, but it's going down. That was a whole magazine that went into me, right? So yeah, he got the full 31,000 because I started hitting his armor. Like the deflector shield went down before the first magazine was empty, because I went into it with a 2/3 magazine, and then I emptied an entire magazine directly into his face, right, and ran out of bullets. And my pulse cannon goes, like this, which is, you can see that when your opponent is out of ammunition, right? Because all the weapons, when they reload, they go like this, and they stand up, and then they go back into position when they're ready to fire again, right? So you could see that I didn't have any weapons, but I kept going straight towards him, and he kept backing up. And I think, in retrospect, that it would have been, if he had fully kept pushing towards me, right, that we would have been like locked. Like when two robots are going in opposite directions, it seems like the system is like, it sort of locks up. They start vibrating and stuff like that. But no, he was still backing up. So together we formed a moving target. And these three other robots that are trying to hit me, I'm like dodging back and forth to keep him between me and them. And I was taking some damage, but I'm a couple of times, he completely blocked me from their fire. So I kept right on his nose, right, and then the third magazine, I think about 2/3 into the third magazine, his mag just blew up. And I was like, yeah. And the defeat thing hit, because upstairs everybody had been killed but me. Right. And I was just like, yeah. But yeah, I talk about this because I think it's a learning experience for me. Like I said, my whole life I'd never really played these games. I did game development, sure, but mostly computer animation and stuff like that, and not definitely not practicing and learning how and seeing the world that you actually get into, of the personalities and the it's very interesting to me that when you can see that there's a pilot, you can see some kind of a human response, like, man, I'm trying to get away from this guy, because he's a and almost, I think, like instinctively, there's that sudden awareness that you overloaded yourself with a weapon that won't work in the combat environment that you have, right? And you need to be if he's inside, under any circumstances, like your grenade launcher may reload it. I don't think it had reloaded. I'm not sure what the reload speed is on those things, because I've never had one. They're pretty expensive. But it's like you could see that he had a sense, man, if he's this close to me, I can't, even if I reload, I can't hit him with anything, because it's a grenade launcher, right? He's inside my arc, because all those things, those missile racks and stuff like that, if you load yourself with the worst kind of horrific missile rack and stuff like that, you're actually really vulnerable to like a little MD. If he gets up with a 31,000 damage pulse cannon, and he gets right up against your face, you potentially will shield him from people on your team trying to fire at him, right? Because he can dodge around you, keep you in between the shells coming in, right? And you can't fire, you can't hit him. So yeah, he blew up, right? And then before I got killed, it was like my weakest mech, and just instantaneously the thing dropped. So my weakest mech did not get destroyed. It ended the match before that, and our team was defeated. Yeah, we were defeated. That's why they had dang 4 robots on one MD. How pathetic is that? But it's I'll tell you that experience was special for me because so many times, I'm looking at the map and I can see that my teammates are, there's like 4 or 5 robots and there's only one robot left standing. And I'm like, oh, that poor guy, he's doomed, But that was one of the moments where it was me. They were all standing around me and I didn't blow up at the end, right? So when you think, like when you're looking at the map and you're thinking, oh, that poor guy, there's like 6 robots over there, or whatever. No, it can't be 6. It would be, 4, I guess, closing in. If I'm like, and typically as a sniper, I'm like way in some crow's nest somewhere trying to pop people from my maximum range. But yeah, if the person holds their ground, they can get out of the end of the match without having their robot destroyed. So I was kind of pleased that not only did I get the big game hunter for an MD to destroy a tank robot, it's like you get the big game hunter achievement thing. So I'm curious to get. I need to go and look at my achievements and see if. I don't know. It seems like I would get a big game hunter for that, but I don't know. Let's see. Season Division 6 at 1500 plus. I'm in the wrong place. I need to go over here to achievements. And what would that be? That would be big game hunter for MD. Where is he? Oh, I'm already. Okay, 25 out of 50. Yeah, so that was probably. Use MD to kill 50 Ares mechs. So that's what you get. Yeah, this is the big game hunter award. If you have an MD, which is low hit points and low armor, and you destroy a tank, you get the big game hunter medal. Which I've done it 25 times now, and I'm so glad that I stream it because that means in my dotage, when my old guy can watch videos of myself trying to survive. But let's go see if I can screw up in here. Pulse cannon 8. 1 blueprint. Bye, boy. Boy, you're chopping, but the chips ain't playing. Does anybody know that Foghorn Leghorn on Looney Tunes was voiced by Mel Blanc? It's real funny. Jewish guy with a foghorn talking like Yosemite Sam. That's also Mel Blanc. He was a genius, man. Some of those cartoons, he's like doing all the voices, all the different characters, and they're really distinctive, All right, the free for all is over, I guess. Why? Love me a free for all. Let's see what I need to do. Log in on 5 days. I'm going to do that. Okay. Win 4 or 5 versus 5. I'm going to do that. Play 2 battles with friends. I'm going to do that. Well, maybe. Use 50,000 credits. All right. Complete 10 pilot daily objectives. It's going to take 10 days to do that. Scrap 7 implants. 2 out of 7 scrap. Okay, I'm doing that. Deal 2 million damage. 0. What? Oh, it starts from day 4. Okay, that's probably, I should start focusing on the daily objectives. See, I don't have, you know, this is like, I'm green with envy. I don't have any of the real. Rosa's like the highest level pilot I have. I have her on my daughter's account and on mine. Two deathmatch ticket. 20 hours? Man, what am I going to do? I'm going to die. It's time to begin.
Then the fanatical Grand Inquisitor, Tarkamara, lifted up his voice. It is related that he took upon himself to rush into the presence of the king and queen, hearing the prison so locked, and uttering these rude words. Judas Iscariot sold Christ for 30 pieces of silver. Your highnesses are about to sell him for 300,000 ducats. Here he is, take him, and sell him. Then he left the hall. These words, or the insolence of other ecclesiastics, had a strong effect upon Isabella. She resolved to abide by the edict, and, before her spirit and the king, tried to equalize his enmity against the Jews. Juan Bautista, a member of the Royal Council of Aragon, as well as ministers, 349 had equally acted in maintaining the edict. At the end of April, heralds and trumpeters went through the whole country, claiming that the Jews were permitted to remain only till the end of July to set their affairs in order. Whoever of them was found after that time on Spanish ground would suffer death. Great as was the consternation of the Spanish Jews at having to turn themselves from the beloved land of their birth and the ashes of their forefathers, and go forth to an uncertain future in strange lands, among people whose speech they did not understand, who, perhaps, might be more unfriendly towards them than Spanish peasants, they had to assert themselves from the population through their efforts. At every step they realized that the yet more faithful the way. Had they been able, the English Jews at the end of the 15th century, and the French a century later, took their wicked city, they might have ways to non-scepter of their own existence for themselves. But the Jews were not permitted to take their own death, they would be accept those in exchange land. But Spain, the confidence, dominant, and enthusiastic government, had no place of exchange like those in Italy, where commercial notes were of value. Business on a large scale was in real hands, for the most part, of Jews and new Christians, and the latter, from here, had to keep away from their brethren in race. The Jews no money were forced upon at absurd prices, because no market supply, and they were obliged to beg the Christians for the meanest in exchange. Contemporary, Andres Arnaldes, pastor of Las Palacios, relates that the most magnificent houses and the most beautiful estates of the Jews were sold for a trifle. The house was bought of Boreas, and the linen for a piece of cloth on the floor. The rest of the people who purchased the Spanish Jews were good, and could not help them in their faith. It was even worse with them. Tarkamara, who on this occasion displayed his skill and humanity, forbade the Christians to have any intercourse with them. In these provinces Ferdinand suppressed their possessions, so that not only were debts, but also the friends which monasteries and schools had upon them. But his fiendish plan devised for the good of the Jews were thereby driven to slave, and friends of Christ. Tarkamara, therefore, in those opportunities of past and the calling upon the Jews was so practiced, and thus remaining in the land. On the other side, the rabbi's Jewish people remained steadfast, accept their trials as tests of their purpose, and trust in God, who had been with them in so many days of trouble. The fire young Christians had on the side. Each one encouraged his neighbor to remain true and steadfast to the Jewish faith. Let us be strong, so they said to each other, for our religion, and for all our fathers before our enemies and blasphemers. If they will let us shall live. If they kill us, then shall we die. We will not desecrate the firmament of our God. Our heart shall not fail us. We will go forth in the name of the Lord. If they had submitted to baptism, would they not have fallen into the power of the blood-stained Inquisition? The 12 step off the tower of the church and even for reformed Jews, since they had seen upon much trivial pretexts, members of their race were delivered over to the state. 1 year before the proclamation of banishment was made, 32 new Christians in Seville were found living to the state, 16 were burned in effigy, and 625 sentenced to death. The Jews, moreover, were not ignorant of the false and secret 351 ways in which Torquemada entrapped his victims. Many pseudo-Christians had fled from Seville, Cordova, and Gina, to Granada, where they had returned to the Jewish faith. After upon pressing it down, Torquemada proclaimed that if they came back to Mother Church, whose arms are always open to embrace those who return to her with repentance and contrition, they would be treated with kindness and upright without commoners, who would receive absolution. A few allowed themselves to be charmed by his sweet voice, who took themselves to the river, and were pouring stories at the fire. Thus it came about that, in spite of the preaching of the Dominicans, and notwithstanding their indescribably terrible position, the Jews passed over to this land in the year of the expulsion from Spain. Among persons of note, only the rich tax collector and chief rabbi, Abraham Senior, his son, and his son-in-law, me, a rabbi, went over, with the 2 sons of the latter. It is said that they received baptism in desperation, because they did not want to lose the clever minister of finance, and their persecution of the departing Jews. They did not support it. Great was the rejoicing at the baptism of Senior and his family. Their majesties themselves and the cardinals stood as sponsors. The newly baptized all took the family name of Cornell, and their descendants filled some of the highest offices in the state. Their common misfortune and suffering developed among the Spanish Jews in those last days before their exile gave brotherly affection and exhausted sentiments, which, today have lasted, would surely have borne good fruit. The rich, although their wealth had dwindled, divided it fraternally with the poor, allowing them to want for nothing, so that they should not fall into the hands of the church, and also paid the charges of their 352 exodus. The aged rabbi, Isaac Abo, the friend of the cardinal, went with 30 Jews of rank to Portugal to negotiate with King Joe II for the settlement of the Jews in that country, or for a safe passage through it. They succeeded in making tolerably favorable conditions. The pain of leaving their passionately loved country could not be overcome. The nearer the day of departure came, the more were the hearts of the unhappy people wrung. The graves of their forefathers were dearer to them than their lives, and the things they found hard to find. The Jews of the town of Vitoria agreed to communicate a Jewish cemetery at its appertaining grounds at perpetuity, on condition that they should never be encroached upon, nor planted over, and a deed to this effect was drawn up. The Jews of Segovia assembled 3 days before their ascension around the graves of their forefathers, mingling their tears with the dust, and melting the hearts of the Catholics of their faith. They drove many of the tombstones to their family out from their hands, or gave them to the Moors. At last the day arrived on which the Spanish Jews had to take staff in hand. They had been afforded 2 days respite, that is, were allowed 2 days later than July 31st for setting forth. This date fell exactly upon the anniversary of the 9th of Ab, which was fraught with memories of the splendor of the old days, and had so often found the children of Israel wrapped in grief and misery. About 300,000 left the land to be so deeply loved, but which now cannot put memory to death. They wandered over northwards, taking the Dominican and Navarre, partly southwards, with the idea of settling in Africa, in the ocean. In Peru, however, the new disciples sat out and under the known impression which must have made some of the embrace the possibility to remain in 353 land. Some rabbis caused pipers and drummers to go before, making lively music, so that for a while wanderers should forget their non intelligent inhabitants, its middle class, which create trade, and maintain it in brisk circulation, like the blood of a living organism. For there were among the Spanish Jews not merely capitalists, merchants, doctors, physicians and men of learning, but also artisans, farmer and metal workers of all kinds, and all the rest no idlers who swept away their time. The discovery of America, the Jews might have lived and stayed to the rank of the wealthiest, the most prosperous and enduring of states, which by reason of its unity of government might certainly have competed with Rome. But Torquemada would not have it so. He preferred to train Spaniards for a blood-stained idolatry, under which, in the suburbs of the legal reformation, pious men were condemned to chains, dungeons, or the galleys, if they dared read the Bible. The departure of the Jews from Spain soon made itself felt in a very marked manner by Christians. Time, too, and also civilization and security. The small towns, which had derived some vitality from the presence of the Jews, were quickly repopulated, sunk into insignificance, lost their spirit of peace and independence, and became tools for the increasing despotism of the Spanish king to the the origin of the weekend complained that their townland villages had fallen into insignificance, had become deserted, and they declared that, if they had foreseen the consequences, they would have opposed the royal commands. Dearth of physicians was sternly felt, too. The town of Vitoria and its neighborhood was the heard in the flower of the Jews, to secure a physician from a distance, and give him 350 for a high salary. In many places the people fell victims to threats, boastful wanderers, or to the superstition of deceiving or self-deceived dealers in magic. In one word, Spain fell into a condition of poverty through the banishment of the Jews, and all the wealth which the settlement of American colonies brought to the mother country only helped to render its inhabitants more idle, stupid, and servile. The name of the Jews died out of the country in which they had played so important a part, and the literature of which was so filled with Jewish knowledge and men of intelligence was so hard to get. Churches, monasteries, or schools, where people used to connect with the and train the music the beautiful synagogue of Toledo, which Don Pedro's Jewish Sultan, Samuel Antiochia, had invested half a century and the half before, was transformed into a church being used for this to this day in the hands of Roman.
Good job.
Other cities in the towns of Spain, which live in the chronicles of Jewish history, in Seville, Granada, Cordova, in densely populated Lucena, Saragossa, and Barcelona, where the Jewish nobility has become to the same style of towns. And kept it till they were able to send it on by the end of
That was so stupid. I was like, wait a minute, I'm confused. I was completely confused because Cazador we fought so many times. I was like shooting my own buddy. How stupid is that? Deserve to die. Oh, wait a minute.
And practically assisted in it. And his brother having relentlessly confiscated the property they had left behind. Torquemada complained that Don Juan was persecuted by the new Christian on account of his faith. The Moranos, now more than ever on their guard, lest they do the slightest offense, had to cause themselves assiduously, count their beads, and mumble tiny outfits, while inwardly they were attached more than ever.
Extremely stupid. That's how stupid.
They broke the bonds of silence, and this was collected of petty consequences.
Incomparably stupid. Alright. Thank you. Sorry, Cazador. Well, I guess you don't care. You're just like, I wish I didn't have such a dumbass on my team. That was a tough one.
Upon his leaving at the horn of the unicorn, to which the superstition at the time ascribed the power of nullifying the effect of poison. When Torquemada went out, he was attended by a bodyguard Bandolars of 50 and 200 foot soldiers to protect him from assault. His successor, the second Inquisitor General, Dazab, erected still more scaffolds. But it soon came to pass that men of blood butchered each other. Dazab before his death was accused of being secretly a Jew. When the persecutions against the remaining Moors and Moriscos, and against the followers of the German reformer Luther, were added to those of the Moranos, Spain, under the wrath of the Holy Inquisition, became literally a scene of human slaughter. With justice nearly all the European princes, and even the Parliament of Paris, literally blamed the perverseness of Ferdinand and Isabella in having their lives to the class of citizens. His second prodigy Bajaz had exclaimed, "You call Ferdinand a wise king, he who has made his country poor and enriched valleys." 357. Chapter XI. Expulsion of the Jews from Navarre and Portugal. The exiles from Navarre migration to Naples and Ferdinand I of Naples and the Radically of Radnos fortunes of the Jews in Fez, Genoa, Rome, and diamonds of Greece Sultan Bajaz and Osis Hassani Spanish Jews in Portugal who Jewish astronomers, Abraham Sacrido and Josie Easenville who Jewish travelers, Abraham Dubia and Joseph Zapatero of Record, played among the Spanish Jews in Portugal according to the Portuguese exiles Udachias and Cristóbal suffers royalty of Peru second in late treatment by Manuel changed to declare beyond his marriage was the baptism of Jewish children even them shadowed in Isaac.
Ouch.
1492 to 1490 BCE. The Jews of northern Spain, in Catalonia and Aragon, who turned their steps to neighboring Navarre, with the idea of seeking shelter there, were comparatively fortunate. Here at least was a prospect of a livelihood, and a possibility of looking around to other places of refuge. When some Moranos, concerned with the murder of Carlos, the Inquisitor, fled to his kingdom, and the emperor's compelled the owner that they be given up to the executioners, the town of Quito declared that it would not suffer such unrighteous violence to people who had sought its protection, and closed the gates against their enemies.
Ouch. Somebody kill this guy. Nuclear reaction? That was like a big old mushroom cloud. What have you got? Oh. LOL. JKL. Oh yeah? Following the fugitives with vigorous enmity and persecution, the king of Navarre gave them the choice between wandering or again in baptism. The greater number adopted Christianity, because there was only a short time for preparation, and no time for conversion. In the community of Titella, so famous for steadfast piety, when the baby families entered to baptism. Also those Castilian Jews were fortunate who, instead of indulging themselves in the Van Edict would be recalled, did not stay until the last day, but made their way, before the end of the respite, to Italy, Africa, or Turkey. They did not lack the means of getting away. Really close. Pushed you down, didn't I? There he is, right over there. Is there any way I can get down to him? I wonder. The native Jewish community treated them with true brotherly generosity, freed the passage of the poor not able to pay, and provided for their immediate necessities. Isaac Bradwell, also, and his whole household, went to Naples. He believed that first as a private individual, and continued his work of writing a commentary upon the Book of Kings, which had been interrupted by his state duties. When the king of Naples was informed of his presence in the city, he invited him to an interview, and entrusted him with post, in all likelihood the financial department. Probably he hoped to make use of his power and experience in the war which he was threatened by the king of Naples, but from his own impulses, or from scheme for Bradwell, the king of Naples showed the Jew intended to manage which struck really contrasted
It was with the Spanish king. The unhappy people had to struggle with many blows. When they thought themselves free or won, another yet more merciless foe conquered. Jealousy and pestilence, arising out of the sad condition to which they had been reduced, were from the overcrowding of the ships, following the track of the wanderers. They brought death with them. Scarcely 6 months had they been settled on Neapolitan soil when the pestilence carried numbers of them off, and confronted many poisoned the populace against the enemy, and teaching them that they must bury their corpses by night.
He needed to be taken out.
The pest could no longer be concealed, and every day increased in virulence. People and courtiers alike entreated him to drive them forth. But Ferdinand did not assent to this inhuman proceeding. He is said to have previously threatened to amputate if the Jews were ill-treated. He had hospitals erected for them outside the town, sent physicians to their aid, and gave them means of support.
This is a great book.
The unexampled nobility, to succor the unfortunate people, whom banishment and disease had transformed into living corpses. Those, also, who were fortunate enough to reach peace had found a brotherly reception. The sons of Mishael of Pisa barely took up their abode on the keep, so as to be ready to receive the wanderers, provide for their wants, shelter them, or help them on their way to some other place. After Ferdinand's death, his son, Alfonso II, who little resembled him, retained the Jewish Sultan, Radmil, in his service, and, after his resignation in favor of the Sicily, Radmil's Gulag remained faithful to his prince and his misfortunes January 1494 to June 1495. After the conquest of Naples by the weak-headed knight King of France, Charles VIII, the members of the Radmil family were torn apart and scattered. None of them, however, met with such signal misfortune as the eldest son, Juno the young Eugene born 1430, died 1530. He had been so well beloved at the Spanish court that many rogues departed him, and would gladly have kept him there of course, as a Christian. To attain this end, a command was issued that he be not permitted to leave Toledo, or that his one-year-old son be taken from him, baptized immediately, and that in this manner the father be changed his name. Juno Radmil, however, got wind of this plot against his liberty, sent his son, with his nurse, like stolen goods, secretly to the court of his coast. But as he himself did not care to seek shelter in the country where his father had been threatened with death, he turned his face towards Naples. His suspicions of the king of Portugal 361 were only too speedily justified. No sooner did Joe hear that most of the private were living in the holy and he was silently kept as passage, and not even permitted to go forth with the other Jews. Little later, his father's parents from grandparents. He was baptized, and brought up
Second thoughts you had, Baron?
The probability death of his lost child was dauntless. It gave him no rest or peace to his latest hour, and it found vent in lamentations at an extreme. Yet what was the grief for one child, compared with the woes which overtook the thousands of Jews and throughout Spain? Many of them found their way to numerous African seaport towns, Oran, Algiers, and Bugia. The inhabitants, who feared that their towns would be overcrowded from such a vast influx, shot at the Jews as they landed, and killed many of them. And the Jew of the court of Barbary, however, addressed the Sultan in behalf of his unhappy brethren, and detained leave for them to land. They were not allowed to enter the towns, probably because the pestilence had broken out among them. They continued to live outside walls. The children went to work, and their elders nailed the doors together to temporary walls. It did not long until they moved into the conflict, as one day the fire broke out in one place, and soon they fulfilled camp in Ashers. Those who settled in France suffered a still more terrible lot. Also, the inhabitants would not admit them, fearing that such means would continue to raise the price of the necessaries of life. They had to encamp in the fields, and live on roots and roads like cattle. On the Sabbath they stripped the plants with their teeth, in order not to desecrate the holy day by gathering them. Starvation, pestilence, and the unfriendliness of the Mohammedan 352 people vied with each other in inflicting misery upon the Jews. In their awful despair, fathers were driven to sell their children as slaves to obtain bread. Mothers killed their little ones that they might not see them perish from the pangs of hunger. Avaricious captains took advantage of the distress of the parents to entice starving children on board their vessels with offers of bread, and, after the cries and entreaties of the parents, carried them off to distant lands, where they sold them for a good price. Later, the ruler of this, probably of bread, and the commission had that Jewish children who had been sold for bread, and other necessaries of life, should be set at liberty. The descriptions were full contemporaries of the sufferings the Jews might once dare stand on it. They were dogged whatsoever they went. Those whom famine and starvation had spared, fell into the hands of brutalized men. The report got about that the Spanish Jews had swallowed the gold and silver which they had been forbidden to carry away, intending to use it later on. Cannibals, therefore, ripped open their bodies to seize the corn and bear entrails. The Genoese should not behave thus in giving to the wanderers who had trusted their lives to them. From avarice, or sheer delight in the dead bodies of the Jews, they flung many of them into the sea. One captain offered himself to the beautiful daughter of a Jewish wanderer. Her name was called on the dove, and to escape shame, another threw her and her daughters and then herself into the waves. The wretched father composed a heartbreaking lamentation for his lost dear ones. Those who reached the port of Genoa had to contend with many mistakes. In this floating town there was a law that Jews might not remain there for longer than 3 days. As the ships had shrieked its security on the Jews answered.
Man, can I hit anything?
2000 seconds to obtain eradication of this sea and they went to in the representative size.
Yeah.
The Greek islands of Turkey, Canada, and others bring 50,000 to the Jews. Some were taken into slavery, others have been sold as slaves there. The majority of the Jewish communities had great compassion for them, and strove to care for them, or at all against denouncing them. They made great efforts to collect funds, and sold the ornaments of synagogues, so that their brethren might not starve, or be subjected to slavery. Persians, who happened to be on the island of Corfu, bought Spanish refugees, in order to obtain from Jews of their own country a high ransom for them. Othman of Hassai, representative of the Canadian community, was indefatigable in his endeavors to collect money for the Spanish Jews. The most fortunate were those who reached the shores of Turkey. For the Turkish Sultan, Bajazet II, showed himself to be not only a most humane monarch, but also the wisest and most far-seeing. He understood better than the Christian princes what hidden riches the impoverished Spanish Jews brought with them, not in their bowels, but in their brains, and he wanted to turn these to use for the good of his country. Bajazet caused a command to go forth through the European provinces of his dominions that the last confronted Jews should not be rejected, but should be received in kindness and mercy. He threatened that someone should look for oppress them. The chief rabbi, Moses Kassali, was entirely active in protecting the unfortunate Jewish standards who had come as vendors or slaves to Turkey. He traveled about and learned attacks from the rich native Jews for the liberation of the Spanish captives. He did not need to use much pressure. For the Turkish Jews willingly contributed to the assistance of the victims of Christian fanaticism. Thus thousands of Spanish Jews settled in Turkey, and before generations had passed, they had taken the lead among the Turkish Jews, and made Turkey a kind of eastern Spain. 365 of first Spanish Jews who went to Portugal seemed to have some chance of having lost. Isaac Abode, who had gone to his education at 22 years, he joke, following all kinds of political, and stated that he could entirely with their friends. Many of the English Jews to remain in the Union seemed to be fine, because they had themselves opened their own country to itself and was after their departure. Now the Isaac and Alvarez was going to Spain for the and they were able to see the Spanish people in those times. At first, so thought the refugees, they would have time in Portugal to look around, decide which way to go, and greatly find ships to convey them in safety to that territory. The Spanish deputies placed the proposition before King Joe II to escape the Jews from the they were temporarily in Portugal. The king consulted his grantees at Sintra. In presenting the matter, he permitted it to be seen that he himself was desirous of obtaining the exiles for pecuniary consideration. Some of the advisors, either from pity for the unhappy Jews, or from respect for the king, were in favor of granting permission. Others, and these the majority, either out of hatred for the Jews, or of pity or honor, were against it. The king, however, legally all objections, because the king could carry out a contemplated will without naming the need for the Jews. Because at first, Spanish refugees refused to live at all permanently in Portugal. This favor, however, the Portuguese Jews themselves looked upon with suspicion, that the little state would have a disproportionate number of Jews, and the wanderers, most of them Hindus, would fall heavy burden upon them, so that, without of an amiable disposition, would end by becoming hostile diseases to all the Jews in Portugal. Therefore, the Jewish Portuguese community met in debate, and many gave utterance to the cruel view that they themselves would have to take steps to prevent the reception of the Spanish exiles. No old man, Joseph, of the family of Navarre, spoke warmly for his unfortunate friend. There was no more talk of their settling in Spain, but only of the permission to make a short stay, in order to arrange for their journey. The conditions made during this
1 second more.
Discovering unknown lands and entering into trading relations with them. 367 which had seized on Portugal, gave practical value to two sciences which hitherto had been regarded as the hobby or amusement of idlers and dilettanti, astronomy and mathematics, the favorite pursuits of the cultured Jews of the Pennine Peninsula. The land of gold and spices, upon which the minds of the Portuguese were set to turning desire, was to be discovered, then coasting journeys, so slow and so dangerous, would have to be given up, and voyages made for their long times to sea. But the ships were making their way on the trackless wastes of the ocean. Then ships and mariners, therefore, sought astronomical tables to direct their way by the courses of the sun and the stars. In this science, Spanish Jews had the mastery. The Jews in Toledo, Isaac Zaghi said, had published astronomical tables in the 13th century, known under the name of Alfonsini tables, which were used with only slight alteration by the scientific men of Germany, France, England, and Italy. As Joe II of Portugal now wished to send ships to the Atlantic for the discovery of India by way of the African seacoast, he summoned a sort of astronomical congress for the working out of practical astronomical tables. At this congress, together with the famous German astronomer, Martin Buffet, and the Christian physician of King
Thought it said contain.
the royal physician, Joseph Joby
Does
was devised.
to hanger.
Used as a basis of perpetual astronomical calendar, or table of the seven planets, which Abraham Zapino, known later as a chronicler, had drawn up for a bishop of Salamanca, to whom he had dedicated it. Joseph Wiesenthal, together with Christian scientists, also looked upon the instruments to measure the altitude of the stars, the nautical astrolabe, indispensable to mariners. By its aid, Vasco da Gama first found it possible to follow the seaways to Cape of Good Hope and India, and thus, perhaps, 368 Columbus was enabled to discover a new continent. The geographical knowledge of skill of of two Jews, Rabbi Abraham Zafir and Joseph Zapatero de Lamigo, were also terms with by King Joe II, who sent them to Jesuit obtain tidings of his emissaries to the mythical land of Prestigiano. Although King Joe doesn't really mind and skillful Jews for his own ends, he had no liking of the Jewish race. He was indifferent, or rather unable, to them directly. They came in the way of bigotry. In the year in which he dispatched Joseph Zapatero and Abraham de Asia, at the instigation of Pope Innocent VIII, he appeared the commission of the Inquisition for the Mirandas who had fled from Spain to Portugal, and, like Ferdinand and Camilla in Spain, delivered over those who had Jewish names, either to death by fire or general imprisonment. Some Mirandas having taken issue in Africa, and were in the opportunity, he prohibited, under penalty of death, confiscation, to hold immunity from leaving the country by sea. On the left of his heartless monarch, he was the death of 100,000 Jewish shepherds. Not only the Lord but nature itself had been caught. In the years of Milo in Portugal, holy pestilence began to rage among them, destroying thousands. The Portuguese, who also suffered from the plague, believed that the Jews had brought it into the country. And, indeed, all that they had suffered, the oppressive heat at the time of their going forth, want, misery, and all kinds of devastating diseases, may have developed it. A considerable number of the Spanish refugees died of the plague in Portugal. Published on this account murmured against the king, complaining that pestilence had fallen in the property of persons and established itself in the country. Don Joe, therefore, 369 had to insist more strenuously than he otherwise would have done upon the condition that all who accepted in Portugal should use at the expiration of 8 months. At first, the ships at their disposal, had hard rates of transportation, according to his agreement, and they determined to treat their passengers with humanity, and convey them whither they wished to go. But these men, inspired by Jew hatred and others, once upon the seas, troubled themselves but little about the king's orders, since they had no need to fear complaints about their inhumanity. They demanded more money than had originally been bargained for, and extorted it from the helpless creatures. Or, they carried them about upon waves of waters till their stock of food was exhausted, and then demanded large sums for a fresh supply of food, so that at last the unfortunates were driven to give their clothes for bread, and were abandoned in their
Oh shit, I haven't realized.
women and young girls were insulted and violated in the presence of their parents and relatives, and disgrace was brought upon them.
That's all right.
Frequently these human mariners landed them and sent desolate to the African coast.
Oh boy. You guys are mad at me?
The sufferings of the exile Jews through their
Morning.
ships are related by an eyewitness, the catalyst, Jew avenged each year, as a noble and healthy battle. Because no seaport can take them with the fear of plague. For being on board naturally transport. The ship was captured by the Italian pirates, plundered and taken to the Spanish port in Malta. The Jews kept sending their captain into no except for they were forbidden giving them. The priests and magistrates of the town decided to bind them to the second Christ or the persons of one body and all lives. The rest remained steadfast to their faith, and 50 of them, old men, youths, leaders, children, compassionate welcome the words of analogy and water. After 2 months, the remainder of them received permission to sail to the coasts of Africa, being present to their sufferings in another port. On account of the plague, they were not permitted to live in any town, and hence behind upon the orders of the king. Chant himself was seized, and everyone by the religious of the Lord was no people less safe than by the In case of refusal, he was threatened with death by stoning. These continuous, writing cruelties did not make him leave on these intimate they are so severe a boundary interruption was compelled to turn them away from
Got me finally.
Dang it. My dang control point.
He maintained that countries had come to Portugal and had circulated north, and therefore, that the agreement be strictly carried out. Those who remained after the expiration of 8 months were made slaves, and so were given to those of the Portuguese nobility to care to take their from them 1493. King Joe went still further in his cruel doom of the unhappy Spanish Jews. The children of the 3 to 10 years of age whose parents had become slaves, he ordered to be transported by sea to the newly discovered land promised were Las Islands Jonas Brazales, there to be reared the tenets of Christianity. The weeping of the mothers, the sobbing of the children, the rage of the fathers, who tore their hair maddening, did not view the heartless death which caused them. Others entreated to be allowed to go with their children, threw themselves at the king's feet as he came out of church, and implored him to leave them at least the youngest. Don Joe had them dragged from his path like bitches who had their wealth stolen from them. Is it to be wondered at that mothers, with their children in their arms, sprang into the sea to rest united against deaths? The islands of San Thomas, where the little ones were taken, full of lizards and venomous snakes, and inhabited by venomous snakes on the journey, from the prey of wild beasts. Among the survivors it happened that brothers and sisters, in ignorance of their relationship, married each other. Perhaps the king's barbaric images must be accounted for by the bitter gloom which mastered him at the death of his only legitimate son. After the death of Joe VII, he sank in wretchedness into his grave end of October, 1495. He was succeeded by his cousin Mary, the great Constance, into his 72 disposition to himself an intelligent, amiable, gentle-minded man, and a lover of learning. There seemed some prospect of a better stars rising upon the remnants of the banished Jews in Portugal. King Manuel, finding that the Jews had remained in his kingdom beyond the allotted time only from fear of many forms of death upon the ocean, gave all the slaves their freedom. They offered him for this. He refused. It is true that his ulterior motive, as Bishop Osorius tells us, was to promote the Jewish mathematician and astronomer, Abraham Zapatero, through the remaining movement, having found favor from modern Spain, had confiscated Byzantine to Christians, who chief astrologer. Zachary served to King not Mary and the Irish Catholic. And a limited understanding, unable to rise above the superstition of his day, he had sound knowledge of astronomy, and published a work upon that science, the science preparing his astronomical tables. He also invented a correct metal instrument for measuring the altitude of the stars, to replace the clumsy and inaccurate one used hitherto by mariners. Under King Nano, Ethan's reign Portugal's domains were enlarged by acquisitions in India and America. The Jews were able to breathe the land. It appears that soon after ascending the throne he issued a command that the acquisition camps and children should not be recognized by courts of justice, since they were malicious, lying inventions. Nor would he allow the fanatical preaching fires to utter denunciations against them. Very short, however, was the gleam of happiness for the Jews under Nano. The somber bigotry of the Spanish court changed it into terrible gloom. No sooner had the young king of Portugal mounted the thrones on their majesties as Spain began to entertain the idea of marriage relations with him through 73 or to turn an inimical neighbor into a friend and ally. They proposed marriage with their younger daughter, Joanna, without the resistance on account of her jealous disposition and her madness. Nano went a willing ear to the proposal of an alliance with the Spanish court, but preferred the elder sister, Isabella II, who had been married to the Infante of Portugal, and had soon after become a widow. Isabella had strong opposed to a second marriage. But the confession made house overrule her objections, and neither believed that if she consented to have opportunity to glorify the Christian faith. The Spanish court had marked her chagrin and vexation at the Portuguese king had received the Jewish and Mohammedan refugees, and King Nano's friendly treatment of them was a thorn in their flesh. Ferdinand and Isabella thought that by falling in with the Portuguese king's wishes, they would attain their end. Therefore, it caused them to hand their eldest daughter upon condition that he joined the state against Charles VII, and send the Jews out of Portugal, both the native and the refugee Jews. The conditions were very disagreeable to King Nano, who was on good terms with France, and reaped great advantage from the wealth, energy, intelligence, and knowledge of the Jews. He consulted with his lords and council upon this question, God with such importance for the Jews. Opinions upon it were divided. Nano hesitated for some time, because his noble nature shrank from such cruelty and faithlessness. The Infanta Isabella spoke the deciding word. He entertained fanatical, almost personal hatred against the Jews. She believed that was frustrated by the priest's death and misfortunes and unhappiness which had befallen King Joe in his last days were occasioned by his having allowed Jews to enter his kingdom. And, nourished as she had been at the crest of superstition, 374 she was afraid of ill luck in her union with Nano and the Jews were permitted to remain in Portugal. What dreary lovelessness in the heart of the young woman. Irreconcilable strife of feelings and thoughts was thus raised in the soul of King Nano. Honor, the interest of the state, humanity, ordered his proscribing and expelling the Jews. But the hand of the Spanish Infanta, and the Spanish crown were today secured only by the misery of the Jews. Love turned the balance in favor of hate. When the king was expecting his bride to cross the borders of his kingdom, he received a letter from her saying that she would not set foot in Portugal until the land was cleansed of the curse-laden Jews. The marriage contract between Don Nano and the Spanish Infanta, Isabella, then, was sealed with the misery of the Jews. It was signed on the 30th of November, 1496, and so early as the 24th of the following May, the king caused an order to go forth that all the Jews and Moors of his kingdom must receive baptism, or leave the country within a given time, on pain of death. In order to relieve his conscience, he showed clemency in carrying his edict into effect. He lengthened the term of their stay until the October of the following year, so that they had time for preparation. He further appointed 3 courts, Lisbon, Porto, and Setúbal, for their free egress. That he sought to lure the Jews to Christianity, by the prospect of honor and advancement, was so entirely due to the distorted views of the times, that he cannot be held responsible for it. As it was, only a few submitted to baptism. Precisely Nano's clement behavior tended to the greater misery of the Jews. Having ample time to prepare for their departure, and not being forbidden to take gold and silver with them, they thought that there was no need to hurry. Perhaps the king would change his mind. They had friends at Fort Place 75 who were actually in their favor. Besides, the winter months were not a good time to be upon the ocean. The majority, therefore, waited until spring. In the meantime, King Nano certainly did change his mind, but only to increase their fearful misery. He was much vexed at finding that so few Jews had embraced Christianity. Very unwillingly he saw them depart with their wealth and their possessions, and sought ways and means to attain them, as Christians, of course, in his own kingdom. The first step had cost him a struggle, the second was easy. He raised the question in council whether the Jews could be brought to baptism by force. To the honor of the Portuguese clergy, it must be said that they expressed themselves as opposed to this. The Bishop of Manor, Ferdinand Coutinho, cited ecclesiastical authorities and papal bulls to make that the Jews might not be compelled to adopt Christianity, because of free, not of force, confession was required. Nano, however, was so bent upon keeping the industrious Jews with him, that he openly declared that he did not trouble himself with laws and authorities, but would act upon his own judgment. From the war he issued beginning of April, 1497, a secret command that all Jewish children, boys and girls, up to the age of 14, should be taken from their parents by force on Easter Sunday, and carried to the church once to be baptized. He was advised by a reprobate convert, Levi Ben Shem Tov, to take the step. In spite of the secrecy of the preparations, several Jews found it out, and were about to flee with their children from the stain of baptism. When Nano heard it, he ordered the forced baptism of children to be carried out at once. Heart-rending scenes ensued in the towns where Jews with tremendous sheriffs strove to carry away the children. Parents strained their dear ones to their breasts, the children clung convulsively 376 to them, and they could be separated only by lashes and blows. In their despair over the possibility of being thus forever sundered, many of them strangled the children in their embraces, or threw them into wells and rivers, and then laid hands upon themselves. I have seen, relates Bishop Coutinho, many dragged to the font by the hair, and the fathers clad in mourning, with pale heads and cries of agony, accompanying their children to the altar, to protest with ghastly and human baptism. I have seen still more horrible, indescribable violence done them. In the memory of his contemporaries lingered the frightful manner in which a noble and cultured Jew, Isaac Ibn Zaki, destroyed himself and his children, to avoid their becoming a prey to Christianity. Christians were moved to pity by the cries and tears of Jewish fathers, mothers, and children, and despite the king's commands not to assist the Jews, they concealed many of the unfortunates in their houses, so that at least for the moment they might be safe. But the stony hearts of King Nano and his young wife, the Spanish Isabella II, remained unmoved by these sights of hope. The baptized children, who received Christian names, were placed in various towns, and were thus Christians. Even obedience to a secret children, but also youths and millions up to the age of 20, from baptism. Many Jews of Portugal probably embraced Christianity in order to remain with their children. But this did not satisfy the king, who, not from religious zeal, but from political motives, had hardened his heart. All the Jews of Portugal, it mattered not whether with or without conviction, were to become Christians and remain in the country. To attain this end, he violated a solemn promise more flagrantly than his predecessor. When the time of their departure came closer, he ordered the Jews to embark in one seaport only, that of Lisbon, 377 although, at first, he had allowed them 3 places. Therefore, all who wished to go, had to meet in Lisbon 0, all their souls, it is said, with murmuring in their hearts, but prepared to suffer anything to remain true to their convictions. The inhuman monarch allowed them lodgings in the city, but he placed so many hindrances in the way of their embarkation. That time passed by, and the day arrived when they were to port with right, or at least liberty, if found upon Portuguese soil. Even all who remained behind fought in an enclosed space possessed like oxen and slugs, and informed them that they were now his slaves, and that he could do with them as he thought fit. He urged them voluntarily to confess the Christian faith, in which case they should have honor and riches. Otherwise they would be forced to baptism without mercy. When, notwithstanding this, many remained firm, he forbade bread or water to be given them for 3 days, in order to render them more pliable. This means did not succeed any better with the greater number of them. They chose to feign its starvation rather than belong to a religion which owned such followers as their persecutors. Upon this, Nano proceeded to extreme measures. By force, by their hair and fear, they were dragged from their pen to the churches. To escape, the some sprang from the windows, and their limbs were crushed. Others broke loose and jumped into wells. Some threw themselves into churches. One father spread his collars over his sons, and killed them and himself. Nano's terrible treatment comes into more glaring prominence when compared with his behavior to the Moors. They, too, had to leave Portugal, but no hindrances were placed in their way, because he feared that the Mohammedan princes in Africa and Turkey might retaliate upon the Christians ruling their domains. The Jews had no earthly protector, were weak and helpless. Therefore, Nano, whom 378 Husseins called a great, committed himself to perpetrate such atrocities. In this fashion, many native Portuguese and refugee Spanish Jews were led to embrace Christianity, which they, as their Christian contemporaries, relate with shame and openly scorn. Some, at a later period, became distinguished rabbinical authorities, like Levi ben Shammai, afterwards rabbi in Jerusalem. Those mistakes with their lives and their faith attributed to the gracious and wondrous interposition of God. Isaac and Joseph Carl, who had come from Toledo to Portugal, their lost his still and his minor sons were able as princes, yet thanked his Creator for the mercy that in spite of peril on the sea he reached Turkey. Abraham Zapito, with his son Samuel, also was in danger of death, although or because he was King Nano's favorite, astrologer and chronicler. Both, however, were fortunate enough to pass through the bitter ordeal, and escape from Portugal, but they were twice imprisoned. They finally settled in Tunis. Mr. with the enforced and the refugees' cause in Portugal did not immediately subside. Those who had submitted to baptism through fear of death, or out of love for their children, did not give up the hope that by appealing to the people they might be able to return to their own faith. Seeing that, as all never knew, Pope Alexander VI and his College of Cardinals, as base as himself, would do anything for money. A witticism was then going the rounds of every Christian country. Vender Alexander Glades, Alteria, Christian. Emeritus Deprius, Vender Jocotist. Rome was a market of shame filled Astardi marred of unwholesomeness of their the innocent, also, could by the rights. The Portuguese new Christians now sent a deputation of 70379 their companions in Missouri to Pope Alexander, and they did not forget to take a purse of gold with them. The Pope and the so-called Holy College showed themselves favorably inclined towards them, especially Cardinal de Sancta Anastasia took them under his patronage. The Spanish ambassador, Garcilaso, however, was instructed by their Spanish majesties to oppose them. Despite his influence, the affairs of the Portuguese Jews must have taken a favorable turn, for King Nano decided to make concessions. He issued a mild decree May 30th, 1497, in which he granted amnesty to all forcibly baptized Jews, and a respite of 20 years, during which they were not to be brought before the tribunal of the Inquisition for their adherence to Judaism. It was said that it was necessary for them first to lay aside their Jewish habits, and accustom themselves to the ways of the Catholic faith, for which they needed time. Further, the decree ordered that, on the expiration of this term, a regular examination should be made of those accused of Judaizing practices, and if the case was decided against them, their goods should not be confiscated, as in Spain, but given over to bearers. Finally, the decree ordained that those baptized physicians and surgeons who did not understand Latin might make use of Hebrew books of reference. Practically this allowed the enforced Christians to live in secret, without fear of punishment, as Jews, and to retain all their books. For, who, in Portugal, in those days, could distinguish a book of medicine from any other book in the Hebrew language? The students of the Talmud could thus follow their favorite researches and studies under the mask of Catholicism. This amnesty benefited the Portuguese Moranos, but not those who had immigrated into Portugal. I applaud each man who inserted out of deference to the Spanish court, or, more particularly, to the Spanish Infanta Isabella. For she insisted really that the Moranos who had fled out of Spain into Portugal should be delivered over to the Moab of the Inquisition. In the marriage contract between the King of Portugal and the fanatical Isabella, August 1497, it was expressly set down that all persons of either race coming under condemnation of the Inquisition, who sought refuge in Portugal, must leave within a month's time. Thus many thousand Portuguese Jews became student Christians, but with the firm resolve to seize the first opportunity to get away, so that in a free country they might openly practice a religion only the dearer to them for all they had suffered for it. Their souls, as the poet San Milos writes, had not been slain by the baptism imposed on them. There were some Jews, however, who had refused baptism with all their might. Among them was Simon Maybe, apparently the last chief rabbi of Altamore in Portugal, a scrupulously pious man. Also his wife, his sons-in-law, and some others. They were closely imprisoned, because they would not forswear Judaism, nor observe the rites of the church. To bring them to conversion, Simon Maybe and his fellow sufferers, official rabbis, were most inhumanly tortured. They were inward of Trinidad in their prison, and left for 3 days in this fearful position. When they nevertheless remained firm, the walls were torn down. 3 had died, among them Simon Maybe, whose conversion was most important, because his example would have influenced the others. 2 Moranos and Harold Gerardus were secured the corpse of the pious martyr, that they might interred in the Jewish burial ground, although it was strictly forbidden to bury the Jewish victims of Christian sacrifice otherwise than by the executioner's hands. Aquilano secretly attended their deeply lamented seat to his last rest, and celebrated the morning service over his grave. Nano permitted the few remaining Jews to depart 381 not long after, probably on the death of Isabella, the instigator of all these barbarities to the Jews. She died at the birth of the heir to the thrones of Portugal and Spain, August 24, 1498, and the Infante died 2 years later. One of the remnant dismissed was Abraham Sada, a preacher and Catholic scholar. His 2 children were baptized by force and taken from him. The remnants of Simon Mania and his sons-in-law remained in prison a long time, were afterwards sent to Arzilla, in Africa. They are condemned to work at the trenches on the Sabbath, and died at last of martyr's death. 80 years later, Nano's great-grandson, the adventurous king, Sebastian, led the flower of the Portuguese people to fresh conquests in Africa. In a single battle the power of Portugal was broken, her nobility slain, or cast into prison. The castles were carried to Fez, and there, in the slave market, offered for sale to the descendants of the barbarously treated Portuguese Jews. The unhappy Portuguese nobles and knights were, however, glad to be bought by Jews, as they well knew the mild and humane nature of the followers of the god of vengeance. 382. Chapter XII. Results of the expulsion of the Jews from Spain and Portugal. General view. Widespread consequences of the expulsion of the exile fleets of the Aragno family in Medieval sought after sheep preeminence of Jews of Spanish origin in North African states. Samuel Alvarense, Jacob de Rock, Simon Durand, second Jews of Algiers, Tripoli and Tunis Brahim Zakino, and Moses Alasparjit, Isaac Shalley, David Ibn Zimra, Jews of Cairo, Unmixation of the office of Majid Al-Islam Badyadi, Ernie Orofet, and Joseph Saragos, Jews of Turkey and San Noble, Isis Rocky, the Croatian communities of Salonika and Adrianople, Jews of Greece, Lice, Masali, Jews of Italy and the coast. Donata Lati, Ghetto and Venison, Lula, Radel, and Gandhida, Ira, Anil, Graham, Faris, all Jews of Germany and their sorrows, 1400 Jews from various towns, Jews of Bohemia, Podpora, and Isra, Jews of Poland. 1496 to 1525 CE. The expulsion of the Jews from the Pyrenean Peninsula, unwise as it was inhuman, was in various ways a well-marked turning point in the general history of the Jewish race. It involved not only the exiles, but the whole Jewish people, in far-reaching and mostly disastrous consequences. The glory of the Jews was extinguished, their pride humbled, their center displaced, the strong pillar against which they had hitherto been broken. The grief caused by this sad event was shared by the Jews in every country which had news of it. They all felt as if the temple had been destroyed the 3rd time, as if the sons of Zion had a 3rd time been condemned to exile and misery. Whether from France to Wolfheim, it was opposed to the Spanish war, more correctly, the Sephardic Jews were the posterity of the noblest tribe, and included among them descendants in a direct line from King 383 David. Hence the Jews looked upon them as a kind of Jewish nobility. And now these exalted ones had been visited by the severest affliction. Exile, compulsory baptism, death in every hideous form, by despair, hunger,
I just had to say that.
shipwreck, all its elements united, and reduced their hundreds of thousands to barely the 10th part of that number. The remnant wandered about like settlers, hunted from one country to another, and princes among Jews, they were compelled to knock as beggars at the doors of their brethren. The 30 millions of ducats which, at the lowest computation, the Spanish Jews possessed of their expulsion, had melted into their lives, and were thus left to rule in the possible world, which valued the Jews at their money's worth only. At the same period, many German Jews were driven from cities and east and the west, but their misery did not equal that of the Spanish Jews. They had no need of the sweetness of the country that they could call their own, nor the comforts of life. They were more haughty, or, at least, accustomed to contempt and harsh treatment. Half a century after the banishment of the Jews from Spain and Portugal, we never remained with Jews, here a group, or a family, or solitary skeletons. It was a common residence on a small scale, living as birds, keepers of Turkey, as if the Jews went to the first original home. But they are very wanderers, until they again reached secure dwelling places, and in a neighbor were saved, were part hunting through the calamities of every description, the humiliations, the contumely, suffering, woes, and death, that they encountered. The ancient family of Radnor did not escape heavy disasters and constant migrations. Isaac of Radnor, who had occupied a high position, and with his son Alfonso, had made it, was killed, and 384 approaching the French, the French hordes plundered his house of all its valuables, and destroyed the choice library, his greatest treasure. On the death of King Alfonso, Isaac of Radnor, went to Nine with Poitou. He remained there only until the French had evacuated the Neapolitan territory. Then he settled at Old Capulia, where he completed or revised many of his writings. The wealth acquired in the service of the Portuguese and Spanish courts he vanished. His wife and children were separated from him and scattered, and he passed his days in sad musings, out of which he studied the scriptures and began to his house, Juno Yonatico Radnor, resided at Genoa, where, in spite of his unsettled existence and consuming grief for the loss of his young son, who had been too young, and was being brought up in Portugal as a Christian, he still cherished ideals. For beyond Radnor was much more highly accomplished.
I saw you going down there.
In every way more fortunate his father, and deserves consideration not merely for his daughters, but for his own
Stealth
sake.
boy.
Leon Radnor practiced medicine to gain a livelihood whence his cognomen Udino. But his favorite pursuits were astronomy, mathematics, and metaphysics. Shortly before the death of the gifted and eccentric Leon Radnor, Leon Udino became king, and his family, and his institution of church and the world of the world. Leon Udino, in a remarkable manner, entered into close connection with acquaintances of his youth, the Spanish grandees.
I can't withstand this guy.
He had driven his family and so many rebellions into banishment and death. Where he became the private physician of the general, Gonzalo de Quevedo, conqueror and viceroy of 385 Naples. The heroic, amiable, and wise man who lived behind his master and his of Jews. The honest descendants Jewish literature founded by Turkey. When he first, after the conquest of the kingdom of
62,000. Damn it.
Oh,
and you make me so mad. Come get this guy. Kill him. Everybody.
The banishment of these people only the injurious to the country, since they would settle at Venice, which would verify their industry of riches. Consequently, the Jews were allowed to remain no longer on Neapolitan territory. But to exterminate the Spanish imported into Venice being settled there, Ferdinand established the terrible Inquisition for Benedetto. Leon Udino ruled 2 years once the window of this position of 1505 to 1507, and King Ferdinand saw him when he visited Naples. after the king's departure and the ungracious dismissal of the Viceroy June 1507, Leon Radnor, having nowhere found suitable employment, returned to his father, then living at Venice. Later he had been invited by his second son, Isaac II, to practice medicine first at Reggio Calabria, then at Venice. The youngest son, Vincent, who general protector of his religionists, was the most fortunate of the family. He felt his limited reason to practice his life, so his father had sent him to finish his education in Jewish learning. The owner of Radnor once married him at Venice, he had the opportunity of settling a dispute between the religion and the nation for the time based in the Spanish language, especially concerning the creative science. Since then, he sent his son Isaac to Radnor's court and made his financial judgment, and thenceforth consulted him in all important questions of state policy. But suffering and travel had broken his strength. Before he reached 7 years, he felt the infirmities of old age creeping a little. In a letter of he saw how much loss, and in the first senior knowledge, he was like willing to wear a wise style free, and that he contains the key to his had he been silent, his literary connections at times had betrayed his infirmity. The dated victims of Spanish fanaticism
One
with
shot.
bodies of steel and the resisting strength of stone not to succumb to the sufferings with which they were overwhelmed. He had a striking instance of the restless wanderings of the Jewish exiles in the life of one of the sufferers, who, though insignificant, became known to fame by his zeal to raise the courage of the unfortunate. To Isaac and Abraham Akish, the Spaniard, a great traveler and pilgrim born about 1489, died after 1575, Jewish literature owes its reputation to many valuable documents. Akish said, half in joke, half in earnest, that he must have been born in the hour when the planet Jupiter was passing through the zodiacal sign of the fishes, significantly which indicates a wandering life. For, though laying in both, he spent his whole life in traveling from city to city, all men did not see. From Spain, and having experienced all the sufferings which seemed to have conspired against the exiles. Thus he lived from nation to nation, whose languages he did not understand, and who spared neither old men nor children, in fair Egypt, in the house of an exile. He found a few years rest. We can follow all the wandering exiles, with sore feet, and still sore hearts, until we somewhere found rest, or the peace of the brave. But the young man lived in the year 387 raised the dignity of his authority almost to a high board and on fire. That they whom God's hand had smitten so thoroughly, so persistently, and put under God's such unspeakable sorrow, must occupy a peculiar position, and for want of special merit, was the thought or the feeling existing more or less fairly in the breasts of the survivors. They looked upon their banishment from Spain as a third exile, and upon themselves as favorites of God, who, because of his greater love for them, he had chastised them more severely. Upon great expectation, certain expectations took possession of them, which did not, indeed, cause them to forget, but transfigured. Thus, slightly relieved from the burden of their boundless calamity, and were able to breathe, they arose with elastic force, and carried their heads high like princes. They had lost everything except their Spanish pride, their distinguished manners. However humble they might be, their pride did not forsake them. They asserted wherever their wandering feet found a resting place. And to some extent they were disappointed. They had, indeed, noted the tendency among Jews towards skillful policy and hostility to science, and since their escaping from social circles, receded from the high scientific position they had held, and forfeit the supremacy they had maintained during many centuries. Yet they far surpassed the Jews of all other countries in culture, manners, and also in work, as was shown by their external learning and their language. Their love for their country was too great to allow them to live the unnatural mother who had cast them out. Hence, wherever they went, they found Spanish culture and intelligence. They carried the Spanish tongue, Spanish dignity and distinction to Africa, and Palestine, Italy and Flanders. Wherever they passed their lot, they cherished and cultivated the Spanish mother so lovely, raising the baby that has maintained itself to this day and holding her in their descendants. But when being absorbed by the rest of the Jewish population in countries which were hostile to the sea, looked down upon them with contempt, and not unfrequently dictated laws to them. This arose from the fact that the Spanish and Portuguese Jews spoke the languages of their native countries with all its stubbornness and complex existence, and become the leader of the world with very efficient military, and associated with Christian bond with terms, with manliness, and without fear or servitude. On this one, the president of the German Jews, his last year in the speech, and the English constitutes the Americans, and the Christian world also is very extreme. The Sephardic Jews attach importance to forms of all kinds, to taste and dress, to organs and their synagogues, as well as to the medium for the exchange of thought. The Spanish people use rabbis placing their native language, and laid great stress on quick pronunciation and temper. As their English did not get married, it was not until centuries after their conception. In the cities of Salamanca, Constantinople, Alexandria, Cairo, Venice, and other regions of France, the Jews turned out their business only in the Spanish language. I have known Jews of Salamanca, those who are pronounced Brazilian as well as myself, even younger. This is the presence of a Christian writer about half a century after their expulsion. The contemporary Jew Isaac Radnor, mild and broken but in words, but contained full of all those jargon spoken by German Jews as characteristic. He was wise and stubborn, and he even learned to by himself from the German, and he was German. He was proud of his reason, and he was trusted with his as high upon the record style among the German Jews, which is rare even among their leaders and rabbis, however gifted they may be in other respects. Their language is full of awkwardness and clumsiness, and stand without that. Social knowledge and knowledge of the world was appreciated and admired by other Jews, especially by German Jews, with whom they everywhere came into contact. And Spanish Jews were presumed to be a variety of masters, and frequently, in spite of their paucity of numbers, they dominated the majority speaking of the class. In the century after their expulsion, they are almost exclusively the leaders. The names of their spokesmen are heard everywhere. They furnished rabbis and fathers, bankers and visionaries, whilst German and Italian Jews occupied a humble place. In all countries, except Germany and Poland, into which they had not penetrated, From South Africa, the most southwestern town of Morocco, particularly in the northeast, there were many communities of varying numbers speaking the Spanish language. Though mostly hated, arbitrarily treated, and often controlled by petty barbarian tyrants and the uncivilized, the generating large population to wear a disgraceful costume, more prominent Jews found opportunities to distinguish themselves, to rise to high honors and acquire widespread influence. In Morocco, a rich Jew, learned in history, and a free rendered important services to the ruler of that country, was held in high esteem. There existed a community of high-value Jewish families, and authorized in slaves, Samuel Albanlensi, a Jew of Spanish descent, was greatly beloved by the king, on account of his ability and his virtue, and so trusted by his partners and his second commandment. In the struggle between two reigning families, the Merinos and the Zeres, he sided with the former, led 1,400 Jews and Moors against the followers of the latter, and defeated them successfully. The Merinos Jewish community of Spanish descent occupied the greater portion of the country, and fought the town, and resided. Here Jacob was born in 1474, died 1541, fleeing from Spain, found a refuge. He was one of the most active many Spanish immigrants, and the most acute rabbi of his age. At the same time, he was a crusty, dogmatical and quarrelsome man, who had many enemies, but also many admirers. One at Aqida, near Toledo, Jacob Iraq, after passing through many dangers, suffering want, hunger and thirst, reached Mehdi, whence he went to Fez, the Jewish community of which chose him, a new community, for no rabbi, on account of his learning and sagacity. There he conducted a college until the fanatic Spaniards made conquests in northern Africa, and disturbed the quiet asylum that the Jews had found there. The reduced community of Algiers was under the direction of Simon Duran II, a descendant of the Spanish fugitives of 1391 born 1439, died after 1510, a son of Solomon Duran, the rabbi of philosophic culture. Like his brother, he was considered in his day a high rabbinical authority, and the advice of his on many persons. Let us note that this position of his father, Simon Duran, was the protector of his co-religionists and issues aimed at 391 the Spanish exiles who came within his reach, who was rejecting their cosmos, danger and religion, morals and safety of his compatriots were in question. The Jews, who had suffered shipwreck, had been cast upon the coast of Seville, where the fanatical Spaniards, in accordance with the edict, put them into prison, and kept them there for 2 years. They were enduring execution of death, but finally they were pardoned, that is to say, sold as slaves. As reached Algiers in this glorious condition. But by the exertions of Simon Duran, they were redeemed for the sum of 70 ducats, which the small community managed to collect. 2 eminent Spanish Jews, PhDs from Anastasio, Abraham Zapito, and the younger man, Moses Zalatra, founded Refuge at Tunis. Zapito, who had taught mathematics and astronomy to Christian and Mohammedan people in Spain, and whose verse writing grew widely read and made music, was never less than the longer of that canal. Only a successful speaker. Where completed his more celebrated and useful chronicles Sefer Rogerson, 1804, History of Cotton Hall. It is an epitome of Jewish history, with a special reference to the literature of the Jews. It has the merit of having promoted historical research among Jews, but lacks artistic length and completeness. It is a mere compilation from works accessible to the writer, who has even failed to give a complete sketch of the history of his own times, the sufferings of the Spanish and Portuguese Jews. Zapito's father was a child of old age and misery. He wrote it with a trembling hand, in fear of impending events, and without sufficient literary materials. On this account it must be judged lenient. A contemporary of Zapito at Tunis was Moses 392 Benai with Moscow, as deeply learned the Talmudist and his teacher, Samuel Albanlensi. He was a corrupt thinker, when the word of mere one-sidedness, he plunged into the dark labyrinths of the Kremlin, yet, at the same time, raised his eyes to the bright heights of philosophy mental and used the widest possible in those days. Philosophy and defended mainly in his philosophical system against the larger person brought by the Spaniards. Terrified by the terrors of the Spanish conquistadors, and broken up with the philosophy, with many others, appear to have played Tunis. They were but too close to the cruelty and violence of the Spaniards to Catholic Spaniards. The former went to Turkey, where he died shortly after his arrival in 1518. Philosopher fled to Egypt, where his extensive learning and knowledge of human life and honorable position. Especially his country, Cairo, encountered the many Jewish Spanish fugitives, who had before time declared an inconsistent similarity between Jewish communities. Their father, all the Jewish communities were, as a whole, ruled by Jewish chief justice or Prince Magic, race. Justice was then found by the noble and rich Isaac Cohen Shalom, a man of great character, learned the temple, doing the Israel and Mycenae, which he was called Bible, even including native to man himself, who had done justice in the name of the Jews, said the narrative. He unfortunately promoted deserting men of the Spanish generation to offices, whereby they gradually became paramount influence. The Spanish scholar, Samuel Zalatra, a disciple of the last Sayyid Rabbi, Isaac Cohen, highly venerated in his day on account of his piety and his profound rabbinical knowledge, founded Refuge at Cairo. The Spanish fugitive from 393 declared some highly saint was David in Nadi's died about 15
Ouch.
A disciple of the mystic Joseph Saragossa, he was rich in knowledge and virtues.
Felt that one.
Property and distinguished descendants, and he soon outshined the natives, acquiring the reputation of being the highest rabbinical authority in Egypt. Many other Spanish rabbinical scholars found rest in Egypt. He was already made, including Jacob the Blood and Moses Zalatra, India, Abraham and Shushan, all eventually becoming official rabbis. Political changes in Egypt placed Spaniards at the head of the Jewish community.
Oh, you got a lock on me? What?
Together with Syria and Palestine, his conquest was so difficult.
Ah, stop.
Of Constantinople, finally became the well-secured prey of Sonai.
He's gonna kill me anyway. Ooh, almost got you. Blinding me a dime. Zing. There you go, Tom. How you doing? Or his viceroy, appears to have introduced and entirely in order into American from the Egyptian Jews. For he was a chief rabbi and judge had ruled all the communities. With
person holding the office that possessed a kind of princely power, similar to that formerly exercised by the princes of the exile in Babylon. The chief rabbi of Prince 394 nominated the rabbis of the community, had the supreme decision of disputes among Jews, confirmed or rejected every new regulation, was even authorized to decree corporal punishment for offenses and crimes committed by Jews under his jurisdiction. From these functions he derived a considerable revenue, but all this ceased with the Turkish conquest. Every community was thenceforth declared independent in the election of its head, and allowed to manage its own affairs. The last Jewish Egyptian prince or chief rabbi was supposed from his dignity, and he took himself with his riches to Jerusalem, where he became a benefactor of its growing community. The office of rabbi of Cairo was bestowed on the Spanish kingdom David of Israel, on account of his upright habits, learning, benevolent disposition, and chiefly, probably, on account of his wealth. His authority rose to such degree that he could enter to abolish a very ancient custom, which excessive conservatism had dragged along from century to century, like a deadline. The Babylonian Jews of more than 1800 years ago adopted the Syrian Muslim side in chronology and lineage of terror, in memory of the victory of the Syrian king Seleucus over the other generals of Alexander the Great. The Syrian Empire had become significant long ago. Syria had by turns become the prey of Romans, Byzantines, Yunnanis, Huns, and Turks. Nevertheless, the Babylonian and Egyptian Jews had retained their theology, and formed not only in historical records and secular papers, but also in the daily documents of the West and Sumerians. Whilst the Jews of Palestine did not gradually adopt the other chronologies, and after the destruction of the temple, or since the creation of Egypt, the Babylonian and Egyptian Jews suffered ages many years ago in 395 era as to declare nearly every record was not so good. It not easily abolished the antiquated chronology, as far as the was concerned, and the descendants still already accepted known record the majority of the original community of Moscow was so great and so well established, that the former, in spite of the injunctions of God, succeeded in full attempt to abolish an ancient and debatable custom, introduced by Nehemiah himself. The Moscovian Jews for more than 3 centuries had been accustomed to the feast that are said aloud in the synagogue, by the leader Jesus, and themselves participating in it. But the Christ immigrants from the peninsula of this custom, though promoting the work and devotion, but purely legal, anti-Talmudic, if not heretical, and they zealously sought to abolish it. Terrible sufferings had hardened the hearts of the Sephardic Jews, and they were but too ready to exercise the utmost severity in religious matters, and slavishness followed the latter. The rabbi, David Ibn Abi Zimra, was their leader. During his term of office, a great danger hung over the Cairo community. The Christ revelation, Ahmed Shadin Singh, further the time of 1750 and making himself a independent minister. From his chief in the first matters, he proposed to the Jewish superintendents of the Abraham D'Israel, to have his name placed on the papers. Thus represented in hypocrisy, but asked for a written order. Having obtained it, he secretly left himself, and hastened to the court of Solomon I, at Constantinople, to inform the Sultan of the surface design of the Pasha, which was thus frustrated. Ahmed then his recent years, first some of them, probably the pastor's friends and relatives, into prison, and from 396 the man released to plunder the Jewish quarter of Cairo. And then sent a total of the most famous Jews, commanded them within a short time to find and exploit himself, threatening them, in case of non-compliance, through the cruel death for themselves and their families. For greater security he retained them as hostages. To the supplication of the Jewish community for mercy and delay, the time to find more early years. The Jews of Cairo turned in further prayer to God. Meanwhile, the collectors had got together a considerable sum, but as it scarcely amounted to the 10th part of Ahmed's demand, his private secretary and the collectors put to irons, and threatened them, and all the members of the community, concerning that from the very day, all sentence his master would prove that. At the very moment when the secretary uttered these words, the Pasha was attacked by Mohammed A, one of his viziers, and some other conspirators, and severely wounded. Ahmed was taken into the escape from the palace, but was imprisoned, overtaken, thrust into fetters, and then beheaded. The imprisoned Jews were set free, and their community escaped with great peril. The Egyptian Jews for a long period afterwards commemorated the day of their deliverance as R27 or 28, 1524 Pharaoh and Purim, during Al-Mah's reign. Organization of cities and buildings, and other Palestinian cities also obtained a great increase of members to their congregations, and considerable importance. Here, too, the immigrants in a short time became the social and religious leaders. And again within the space of 2 decades when 495,397-1521, the U.S. country was 1500. The settlers and largely implemented the hysteria of the Jewish inhabitants of Jerusalem. Whilst formerly nearly all the members of the community were in a state of destitution, 3 decades afterwards there were only 2 Muslim immigrants. And what is of greater importance, morality was greatly benefited by the immigrants. Jerusalem was no longer within the boundaries bound by the Roman hierarchy anymore buildings like the King's Road, and the immigrants community. The members of the community were no longer forced to death, and due to the sterile voluntary exile by a rapacious, tyrannical and treacherous faction. Family, community, a sense of justice, and peace had found in the road that led them. There was indeed a show of excessive piety, and there was no possible way to entrusted with the ultimate moral mode of life. The Rabbis very well, the gentle and amiable Italian preacher, greatly contributed to the improvement of moral and community safety. For more than 10 decades he taught the growing community, by grace of and example, genuine piety, nobleness, and the barbarian coarseness. After his arrival at Jerusalem, he wrote to his friends, if there were in this country one sagacious Jew, who knew how to lead a community gently and justly, not Jews only, but also Mohammedans with no religion, for the latter are not at all hostile to the Jews, but full of consideration for strangers. But there is not one Jew in this country possessing either sense or social virtues. All are coarse, misanthropical and avaricious. Ferdinand did not anticipate that he himself would soften the coarseness, improve the morals, mitigate that immorality, noble the baseness. But his genial, amiable manner designed evil into the source he had discovered, lamented, and fearlessly exposed. The Rabbiyat was the guardian angel of the holy city. He cleansed it from pollution, 398 and clothed it with a true festival garment. Were I to attempt proclaiming his praise, writes an Italian pilgrim to Jerusalem, I should never cease. He is the man who is held in the highest esteem in the country. Everything is done according to his orders, and no one dares gainsay his words. From all parts he is sought after and considered. It is merits are acknowledged by Christians and Babylonians, and even Muhammad's honor men. Withal, he is modest and humble. His speech is gentle. He is accessible to everyone. All praise and say, he is not like anarchy being. He preaches every listens intently. Robberies sound firm. His hearers are so silently devout. Exiles from the Canadian sensibilities into the main world. To the intervention of the Radyati Vertiboro, and of those who shared his opinions, probably were due the excellent ordinances which the community voluntarily imposed on itself, and for remembrance raised on its tablet to the synagogue. They were directed against the abuses which had crept in by degrees. These ordinances included amongst others the following decrees: in disputes between Jews, the Muhammadans believe that to be applied only in the utmost necessity. The Jewish judge or rabbi is not to be allowed to compel wealthy members of the community to make advances of criminal laws. The family candidates shall not consider criminal crimes. Jews are not to visit Babylon. Are not to Catholic. The ordinance is agreed on the Prophet Samuel and Acts 24, and agreed about the Torah, so that was more, and if the men had been excited by wine, great mischief came on the city. The holy city declared someone who was trying to utilize the
Nope.
with his riches, his strength, and ability. 399 cycles in Vatican, the youngest thousand houses.
Yeah.
This one acquired the largest Jewish population and considerable importance, which increased to such a degree that Sabbath not only rivaled, but excelled never
See if I can get my dying breath
At the
corn.
beginning of the next century, Catholic Jewish families, and Jewish families, and Jewish and Gordon. They did not at first have any immediate converts to come. They might have come over. Joseph Saragossa was a model and considered the task and fight to preach peace and restore harmony in private and communal life. Even among the Mohammedans he worked in a conciliating and appeasing spirit, and on his account he was loved and revered as an angel of peace. At one time he wished to leave Sabbath. The inhabitants fairly clung to him, and promised him an annual salary of 50 ducats, 2/3 of which the Mohammedan Americans were offered to furnish. Joseph Saragossa transplanted the study of the Talmud to Sabbath, and also that of the Kabbalah, as he was an ultra-pious Muslim. During the first month of the community became a nest of Catholics. There also arose, by the side of a very ancient mosque not beneath, and numbering 500 Jewish families. Within a short time after their arrival, the Spaniards built a splendid synagogue called They speedily increased to the degree of several districts of their congregations, according to the state from the mainstream of the Jewish Spanish immigration flowed towards Turkey and Europe. There were the remnants of 300,000 exiles found in the southern that country, where the inhabitants did not take note as their watchword. The Sultans Bajazet, Selmai and Soleiman, not only tolerated the Jews, but gave them a hearty welcome, and granted them the liberties enjoyed by Armenians and Greeks. Jewish enthusiastically described the frame of the religions in Turkey. Great Turkey, the wide and spreading sea, which found no open given on the express as the Exodus from Egypt, at the time of my present disaster, Jacob, and having the connected to the nutrition, to bear news and exhaust itself. Their faith is the only position for the unhindered practice of Jewish worship are ever open. They are never closed against thee. Their path is a new line of life, change that condition, strip off, and cast away false and erroneous doctrines, deny ancient truths, and abandon the practices which, by the violence of the nations among whom thou wast afflicted, thou wert compelled to imitate. In this realm thou art highly favored by the Lord, since therein he granted thee boundless liberty to commence thy work of repentance. The immigrant Jews at first enjoyed very happy days in Turkey, because they were access to this comparatively new state. The Turks were good soldiers, but bad citizens.
War is hell.
Frequently on bad terms with Christian cities, the place had indifferent trust in the Greeks, Armenians, and Christians of other national creeds. They looked upon them as one spies and traitors. They were like uncles of them about the usefulness of the Jews. Hence they were.
Man, I thought we were doing pretty good.
On the other, the city called Turkey. They not only carried on the wholesale and retail commerce by land and sea, but were the handicraftsmen and the artists. The Moranos especially had led from Spain and Portugal manufactured for the warlike Turks new armor and firearms, cannons and gunpowder, and taught the Turks how to use them. Thus persecuting Christianity itself punished its chief enemies, the Turks, with weapons which enabled them to overwhelm the former with defeat after defeat, humiliation on humiliation. Jewish physicians especially were held in high esteem in Turkey. They were for the most part clever disciples of the school of Salamanca, and, on account of their skill, higher education, secrecy and discretion, were referred to Christian, and even to Mohammedan doctors. These Jewish physicians, mostly of Spanish descent, acquired great influence with grand sultans, viziers and pashas. Sultan Salim had for his physician an ordinary Joseph Hamdan, an immigrant probably from Granada. Hamdan's son and nephew successively held the same office. The son, Moses Hamdan, born 1490, died about 1565, physician to the wise Sultan Suleiman, enjoyed even higher reputation and influence than his father. He accompanied the Sultan in his warlike expeditions, and brought back from Persia, neither from the following Suleiman on a triumphal progress, the learned man, Sheikh Just was aged about 1535, as David Kennedy to Turkey. This version, accompanied by Chaldean and Arabic translations, was afterwards printed at the expense of Hamdan, who was justly considered a protector of his brethren and a promoter of Judaism. The Jews were also in great request in Turkey for two linguists and interpreters. They had acquired knowledge of many languages through their wandering among foreign nations. The capital, Constantinople, held within its walls a very numerous Jewish community, which was daily increased by new fugitives from the peninsula, so that it became the largest in Europe, numbering probably 30,000 souls. They had 34 synagogues, consequently as many separate congregations. The Jewish community in the Turkish capital and other towns did not form a close corporation, but was divided into groups and sections, according to their native places, each of which was anxious to retain its own customs, rites and liturgy, and to possess its own synagogue and political college. Hence there were not only Castilian, Aragonese and Portuguese congregations, but still more restricted associations, Cordovan, Seville, Ars Nova, Lisbon Good Scales, Sons German, Apulian, Messin, and Friedrich. Every public congregation apportions among its members the contributions, not only for its worship, but fishes, the maintenance of the poor, its hospitals and schools, but also for the taxes payable to the state. These latter at first were trifling, but full tax on every one subject to taxation show, and the full tax levied on the congregation, according to the grade of taxes of property, of 200, 120 ascals. Every other physician family alone was exempt from taxes. As the native Jews, who owned in Jubilee, received the primary taxes. The occupation of rabbi, the meritorious and appreciated Moses Kapsali, was held by Elias Mizrahi, probably descended from an immigrant Greek family, who under the Sultans Bajazet, Salamai, and perhaps also under Solomon, had a seat in the demand legislatures. He was the official representative of the whole body for according to the Jews. He deservedly held this post on account of his rabbinical and secular knowledge, and upright, and partially just character. Elias Mizrahi, born about 1455, died between 1520 and 1527, at the secular of the German school, and a profound Talmudist and strictly pious man, was no enemy to science. He not only understood, but taught mathematics and astronomy, gave public lectures thereon, as also on the Talmud, and compiled handbooks on these subjects, some of which he came such favors as to be translated into Latin. In his youth he was a hotspur, and had a feud with the Karaites in Turkey. But in his old age he felt more kindly towards them, and employed his weighty influence to avert a wrong which the Altar replies were about to inflict on them. Accused Saracens, chiefly members of the Apulian congregation at Constantinople, attempted to interrupt, in a violent manner, the neighboring intercourse which for half a century had existed between Radamites and Karaites. They assembled the members of the congregation, and, with a secret Torah in their hand, asked them to feed all who should henceforth instruct Karaites, whether children or adults, in the Bible or the Talmud, or even in secular sciences, such as mathematics, natural history, logic, music, or even the alphabet. Nor were Radamite servants any longer to take service with Karaite families. These fanatics and conjuration was the barrier between the followers of the Talmud and those of the Bible.
Dang it!
The majority of the Constantinople community were dissatisfied with this favored measure. The tolerant Radamites of the
Could have done better than that.
But the latter behaved so outrageously and with such violence, bringing a fierce rabble provided with cudgels into the synagogue where the consultation was to be held, that the conveners of the meeting had no chance of foil or being heard, and the act of excommunication was carried by an insolent minority, in defiance of the sound arguments and opposition of the majority. Then Rabbi Elias dropped openly and vigorously opposed this unreasonable, illegal and violent proceeding, showing him already dismissed how unjust and opposed to the Talmudist rejection of the Karaites. He impressed upon the zealous effect that by their intolerance severely they would bring about the decay of the instruction of the young, since their two unusually to pastor Karaites and the feeling great extent of the Radamites and the who had access to the Sultan and his great dignitaries, and was appointed by the court. Shanti, otherwise an unknown person, who was said to have been a noble character, held the office under Solomon. The proclamation looking contemptuously on unbelievers, but proving too cautious ruling arbitrarily, and with an attitude of American respect, instances of justice and violence proceeding against the individual and the law of their occurrence. On all such occasions the Committee Shanti interposed on behalf of his co-religionists, and, by means of money and gold and court, obtained redress. The community next in importance in Turkey was that of Zalonica, the ancient Zalonica, which, still an unhealthy town, possessed attractions for the immigrants of Spain and Provence. For this once brief settlement offered more leisure for peaceful occupation than the noisy capital of Turkey. And occupation at least was soon the greatest portion of the persecuted Danish sons from Europe and other parts of Europe have migrated, and been received with loving welcomes, as if it were our venerable mother, Jerusalem. Became Spanish, which German and Italian Jews had learned, if they wished to maintain intercourse with the Spanish immigrants. The Spanish ministers of finance, had settled here. From his paternal inheritance he had saved enough to possess a noble library. He was the standard around which his heavily tried brethren could rally. Representatives of Roman men who were naturally found among the sons of the Panian Peninsula only, such as Vatalicus, a family of scholars, and Jacob Ibn Shaddad, though even they were not now the first eminents. Spanish immigrants, such as the physicians Patrick Philip, his son Daniel, Aaron Athanasius, and Moses Alessandro, also cultivated philosophy and astronomy to some extent. But the chief study was that of Decameron, in which the Spaniards, Joseph T. Tusic, Samuel Panko, and others, distinguished themselves. Salonica in Turkey and Sapit in Palestine time became the chief seats of Kabbalistic extravagance. Of less importance was Adrianople, the home of the Sultans, where there also was communities in which this foreign element predominated reform. To the towns of Asia, Jerusalem, Triad, Turkey, Asia Minor, the Spanish fleet and Spanish forces Spaniards. Smyrna, which later on had a large Jewish population, was then of little importance. Greece, however, could show some large communities. On the rising Spanish and Portuguese settled the area of Marta, by the side of the original Arabs, Romanians and Portuguese. They seem to have done well here, for we read that the Jewish youth were much bigger daily and dancing, thereby greatly spending the time. An important community was considered very abundant down in the war. The price of the community was further followed by the other Jews of Greece. There was an important community of Canaan, on 9 days belonging to Greece. At their head were two famous families, the Talmudos, some of the relatives of the prophet Elias the Almighty, and Pastors, the nations of Quality Rabbi of Turkey. In the Talmud were the son of the chief Turkey Turkey Mandu, and the wife of Lord himself, finished their sons under the same rabbi, Judah Menz, of Padma. They were not like their roots. As though called the office of rabbi of King of the working men by Israel, and of the world of Caesar religion. Why is the Psalm known about 1500? I'm not 1553. This was the Turkish dynasty of very great Wahid style, in whose land elevated language, Columbus and Photos fishing. I saw Mary and Peter in the dream. The woman of the Turkish narrative was the history of the Jews, showing the gloomy colored tragic fates of the Spanish exiles, as people 07 had learned from their own lips. Though in this composition he had a subsidiary intention of German people learning continued and subject things, Jews were much more understandable and time to use for style. A song puts the dry diction of the chronicles, and its meanings are superior to the song was a rabbi like Chuck, and at the front of the he was mounting the Jesus of time. His work displays much versatility and talent. Italy of this period swarmed with fugitive Jews. The first of those driven from Spain, Portugal and Germany first touched Italian soil.
Oh, man.
Or to try to learn the Greeks. Strangely enough, among the masses of Italy, those who most friendly to the Jews, Alexander VI, Julius Caesar, Valens, and Clement VII, were pursuing interests, or devoting themselves to hobbies, which left them no time to think of torturing Jews. The popes and their cardinals considered the canonical laws only insofar as they knew them for the extension of their power and to fill their own bags.
I hate a taser.
The decree of the Council of Basel, which enacted that Christians were not to consult Jewish physicians, the popes and cardinals themselves chose to use where everyone looked on his companion as an enemy. Jewish physicians were in favor, because there was no danger of their offending faith of time that opposing such a certain time for the Jewish physician, Bernard de Lins, with a posting dedication. Julius II had for his physician Simon Bartholomew, who in other respects also enjoyed his master's confidence. Cardinals and other high princes of the church followed their examples, and generally entrusted their sacred bodies to Jewish doctors, who consequently were much sought after in Italy. Following the example of the popes, the northern Italian cities received fugitive Jews, even pseudo-Christians reconverted to Judaism, from Spain and Germany, and admitted them to all the privileges of free intercourse. Even the popes from the Moranos to settle at Ancona, notwithstanding their having been baptized, the less important community in Italy were formed, after the annihilation of the Jews of Naples, by an influx from other countries into Roman and Venetian territory. In the last, Venice and the flourishing city of Padua, in the former, Rome and the port of Ancona, receiving most of them. Two opposite views with regard to Jews swayed the council of the egotistical Venetian court. On the one hand, the advantages that Jewish connections might bring, though at the same time it was loath to cluster them, for fear of offending the Roman Jews. On the other hand, the Venetian merchants were full of trade envy against Jews. Hence the latter would fear exploit such as the Roman headed one of the Signoria. Venice was the first Italian city wherein Jews resided, which set apart a special quarter as of Ghetto March, 1516. As a rule, the immigrant Jews, Spaniards or Germans, obtained supremacy and every native Jews, both in living together and communal relations. The Abrahamovs played an important role in part in Italy. The head of the family, Isaac Abrahamov, indeed, was too much bowed down by and suffering to exercise much influence in any direction. He died before Jewish affairs had assumed a settled condition. His eldest son, Leon Medito, likewise made no impression on his surroundings. He was too much of a philosophical dreamer and idealist, avoided so averse to dealing with the things of this world. Only the youngest of the three brothers, Samuel Abrahamov, born 1473, died about 1550, left his mark on contemporaries. He was considered the most eminent Jew in Italy, and his community venerated him like a prince. He alone inherited his father's financial genius, and, after his return from the Talmudic College at Salonika, appears to have availed himself of it, and to have been employed in the Department of Finance by the Viceroy of Naples, Don Pedro de Toledo. At Naples he acquired a considerable fortune, valued at more than 200,000 sequins. He employed his wealth to gratify the disposition hereditary in his family to practice noble beneficence. A Jewish poet, Samuel Ross, gives an enthusiastic description of his heart and mind. Samuel Abrahamov deserves to be called his magicious masterate. He is great and wise in the law, great in nobility, and great in riches. With his wealth he is always magnanimous, account in the sorrows of his brethren. He joins innumerable orphans in wedlock, supports the needy, and redeems captives, so that he possesses all the great qualities which make a father. To increase his happiness, heaven had given him a companion in life, the complement of his five virtues, whose name, Benvenida e Ravanima, was uttered by her contemporary with devout veneration. Tender-hearted, deeply religious, wise and courageous, she was a pattern of refinement and high breeding, qualities more highly esteemed in Italy than any other European country. Don Pedro, the fourth and powerful Spanish viceroy of Naples, allowed his second daughter, Leonora, to be on intimate terms with Benvenida, that she might learn by her example. When this daughter afterwards became Duchess of Tuscany, she kept up her acquaintance with the Jewish lady, and called her by the honored name of Mother. This noble pair, Samuel Abrahamov and Benvenida, including tenderness and worldly wisdom, warm attachment to Judaism and social intercourse with non-Jewish circles were combined, were at once the pride and wishy anger of the Italian Jews, and of all who came under their beneficent influence. Samuel Abrahamov, though not so well versed in the Talmud as his Lord worshipper represents him to have been, was a friend and promoter of Jewish knowledge. To fill the office of Rabbi of Naples, he sent for David Ilyatha and his young, courageous wife, who had fled from Portugal 1318. And, as the congregation was too small to pay his salary, Abrahamov paid it himself. In his house we learned Yatha lectured on the Talmud, and probably also on Hebrew grammar. He thus formed the center for Jewish science in southern Italy. Christian men of science also resorted to Abrahamov's house. The chief seat of Talmudic or rabbinical studies was at that time at Padua, where presided not Italians but Indian Germans. Jimenez, a man, even at his great age of more than 100 years, exercised attractive power over studious disciples from Italy, Germany, and Turkey, as was from the would learn wisdom of the time about to pass away. To be a people of men was considered a great honor and distinction. After he died, his son, Abraham Menz, undertook the direction of the college 1504 to 1526. But his authority was not undisputed. The native Jews having no direction left names of note. The Chronicles mention some famous Jewish Italian physicians, who also for them distinguished themselves in other branches, such as Abraham de Balmes 1521, a Brecht, physician and friend of Cardinal Grimani. Balmes possessed philosophical knowledge, and wrote a work on the Hebrew language, which was published with a Latin translation by a Christian. Other Jewish physicians of the same age were Judah, or Legitimus Gabalus, and Pelagia, a worshipper of the Kabbalah, and Ubadiah, or Sernagius Teslonos Fernal, born about 1470, died 1550, a physician of Rome and Bologna, who, besides medicine, studied biblical and philosophical subjects, and dedicated some of his free writing to the Latin translation to King Henry II, of France. But, as far as we are now able to judge of these highly praised compositions, they are mediocre, and
That's another reason to borrow this pilots, in case you want to swap out.
Jacob Manton, who,
Oh.
driven from Tortosa to Italy, there distinguished himself as a physician and philosopher, leaving a famous name behind him. Manton, born about 1490, died about 1549, was a great linguist. Besides his native language and Hebrew, he understood Latin, Italian, and Arabic. He was a deeply learned physician and philosopher, and translated medical and metaphysical works from Hebrew Arabic into Latin. He was held in high esteem as physician by a pope and the ambassador of Charles V of Venice. But his learning was marred by his iniquitous character. Envy and ambition led him to commit wicked deeds, to accuse and persecute innocent persons, even his own co-religionists. In those days there lived in Italy a man, who, though not distinguished by any brilliant achievement, was superior to nearly all his co-religionists by a qualification better and rarer than literary ability. He was gifted with common sense and a fine understanding, which led him not to judge of things by appearances, or from a limited point of forethought view. Abraham Parasol, born 1451, died about 1525, a native of Avignon, for reasons unknown, perhaps from want, had emigrated to Ferrara. He supported himself by copying books, and also, could be hindered, by officiating as pastor at the synagogue. Though he was in needy circumstances, and confined within narrow surroundings, his protection was acute, his horizon wide, and his judgment mature. Like most of his learned contemporaries in Italy, he commented on the Bible, and his independence of thought and exuberance for of his time constitutes his claim upon preeminence. He said of himself, as regards miracles, I belong to those of real faith. Parasol was the first Jewish author who, instead of studying the story of Armament, astronomy and astrology to which Jewish authors of the Middle Ages were but too much inclined, turned his attention to investigate the configuration and phenomena of our world. He was influenced to undertake these studies by the marvelous discoveries of the southern coasts of Africa and India by the Portuguese, and of America by the Spaniards. Penetrating Evidence and the deceptive illusions of fancy, Parasol saw things as they actually are, and deeming it necessary to point them out, he scoffed at ignorant men who, in their pseudo-learned conceit, considered geography of no account. He had to show conclusively that the book of books, the holy record of the Torah, attached importance to geographical data, in doing which he indicated a new point of view for the comprehension of the Bible. It was not to be explained by allegories and metaphysical or kabbalistic reveries, but by actual facts and the plain meaning of the words. Parasol had access to the court of the Duke of Ferrara, Hercules' death's eye, one of the best princes of Italy, who vied with Medici in the promotion of science. The Duke took delight in his conversation, 413, and often invited him to discuss religious questions with learned monks. It seemed as if frequent religious disputations and intellectual encounters were to be renewed on Italian soil. Parasol displayed philosophical calm, besides caution, and forbearance for the sensibilities of his opponents, when touching upon their weak points. At the request of the Duke of Ferrara, Parasol wrote down in beaver the substance of his discourses with the monks, and reproduced it in Italian, to give his opponents an opportunity for refutation. But his polemical and apologetic work was much less valued than his geographical writings, which they displayed Parasol's clear mind, common sense, and extensive learning. The Italian Jews had at least the right of free discussion with Christians. But as soon as they crossed the Alps into Germany, they breathed raw air, politically as well as atmospherically. These Sephardic fugitives visited this inhospitable land. The German population was as hostile to Jews as the Spanish. True, the Germans had no occasion to envy Jews on account of the position and influence of Jewish magnates at royal courts, but they dreaded them using their miserable existence in the Jew lands in which they were penned up. They had been nourished from some Roman Jews and Augsburg, and not Jews had been found in all Sweden. From other parts they were still at about the same time as from Spain. Emperor Frederick III in his last hour protected those outlawed by all the world. He even had a Jewish physician, a rarity in Germany, the learned Jacob Ben Loans, whom he greatly favored, and made a knight. Frederick is said on his deathbed to have strongly recommended the Jews to his son, enjoined on him to protect them, and not to provoke him listen to calumnious accusations, whose falsity he had peddled. It appears that Jacob Loans also enjoyed the favor of Emperor Maximilian, whose life was to rule over Germany in very troublous times. He transferred his favor to Loans' relatives, where he appointed a certain Joseph and Gershon Loans, of Rothschild, in Alsace, as official representative of all German Jews at the Diet. This Joseph Jocelyn. Jocelyn was distinguished neither by his rabbinical knowledge, nor his position, nor riches. Yet, to a certain extent, he was the official representative of German Jewry. His most striking qualities were untiring activity, when it was necessary to defend his unfortunate co-religionists, his love of truth, and fervent clinging to his faith and people. Born 1480, died 1555, for half a century he vigorously protected his co-religionists in Germany, and became security for them when the ruling powers insisted on special bail. The Jews, therefore, praised and blessed him as their great defender. But the very fact that the German Jews needed a defender proves that their condition was not easy. For Emperor Maximilian was not a man of decided character, but was swayed by all kinds of influences and insinuations. Nor did he always follow his father's advice. His conduct towards the Jews, therefore, was always wavering. Now he granted, or at least promised, them his protection. Now he offered his help, if not for their sanguinary persecution, at least for their expulsion or humiliation. At times he lent ear to the lying accusations that the Jews reviled the host, and murdered infants, falsehoods diligently promulgated by Dominican friars, and, since the alleged martyrdom of young Simon of Trent, readily believed. Hence, during Maximilian's reign, Jews were not only expelled from Germany and the adjoining states, but were hunted down and tortured. They were in daily expectation for 15 of the rack, and of the martyr's death, so that a special confession of sins was drawn up for such cases, and the innocently accused, summoned to apostatize, sealed their confession with death, and joyfully sacrificed themselves for the one God. When, either with the sanction or by the passive permission of the emperor, Jews were banished, he felt no compunction in confiscating their property and turning it into money. The emperor did not, indeed, expel the Nuremberg community, but for a pecuniary consideration gave the citizens leave to do so. Yet Christians presumed to reproach Jews with making money unjustly, whereas only the rich did so, and then only on the small scale. Immediately after the emperor's accession, the townsmen of Nuremberg appealed to him to permit the expulsion of the Jews on account of loose conduct. This loose conduct was explained in the indictment to be the reception of foreign co-religionists, whereby the normal number of Jews had been excessively increased in the town. The practice of inordinate usury, fraud and recovery of debts, whereby honest tradesmen had been impoverished, and finally the harboring of rogues and vagabonds. To stir up hatred against them, and to confirm the Latin reading i.e., the educated classes, in the illusion that Jews were blasphemers, revilers of the host and infanticides, the rich citizen, Antonius Coburger, had the venomous anti-Jewish Orladium Fidei of the Spanish Franciscan, Alfonso de Espina, reprinted at his own expense. After long petitioning, Emperor Maximilian at last granted the prayer of Nuremberg, on account of the fidelity with which the town had ever served the imperial house, abrogated the privileges enjoyed by the Jews, and allowed the town council to fix a time for their expulsion, stipulating, however, that the houses, lands, synagogues, and even the Jewish cemetery should fall to the imperial treasury. He, 416 moreover, granted to Nuremberg the privilege of being forever exempt from receiving Jews within its walls July 5, 1498. The town council at first allowed 4 months only for the exodus, and the cultured, virtuous and humanity-preaching patrician, Willibald Pirkheimer, afterwards so strong a pillar of the humanists, was then a member of the council. Upon the supplications of the unfortunate people, the short reprieve was prolonged by 3 months. But the Jews, summoned to the synagogue by the sheriffs, had to swear to leave the town by that time. At last, on March 10, 1499, the much reduced community left Nuremberg, to which it had returned after the Black Death. At about the same time the Jews of other German towns, Ulm, Nordlingen, Colmar, and Magdeburg, were sent into banishment. The community of Ratisbon, then the oldest in Germany, was to fare still worse. Even then it heard the warning voice to prepare for expulsion. Since the inhabitants of that imperial city, through the disputes with the Jews growing out of the false blood accusation, had suffered humiliation and pecuniary loss at the hands of Emperor Frederick, the former friendly feeling between Jews and Christians had given way to bitterness and hatred. Instead of attributing to the right cause the troubles and misfortunes which had come upon the town by its attempted secession from the empire, the citizens charged the Jews with being the authors of their misfortunes, and vented their anger on them. The priests, exasperated by the failure of their plot against the Jews, daily stirred up the fanaticism of the populace, openly preaching that the Jews must be expelled. The millers refused to sell them flour, the bakers, bread 14.99, for the clergy had threatened the tradespeople with excommunication if they supplied them with food. On certain days Jews were not admitted into the marketplace, on others they for 17 were allowed to make their purchases only after stated hours, when the Christians had satisfied their wants. Under severe penalties, imposed by the Senate, Christians were prohibited from making purchases for Jews. The former were to secure the glory of God and their own salvation by being cruel to the latter. The town council seriously discussed applying to Emperor Maximilian to give his consent to the expulsion of the Jews, allowing about 24 families to remain. For a few years more they were permitted to drag on a miserable existence. Besides Ratisbon, only 2 large communities remained in Germany, at Frankfurt on the Main and Worms, and even these were often threatened with expulsion. There were many Jews in Prague, but this town was not in Germany proper. Bohemia was counted a private possession of the crown, under the rule of Ladislaus, King of Hungary. Bohemian Jews were not free all under him. The Jewish quarter in Prague was often plundered by the populace. The citizens were sincerely anxious to expel the Jews from Bohemia, but the latter had their patrons, especially among the nobility. When, at a diet, the question of the expulsion or retention of the Jews arose, the decree was passed August 7, 1501, that the crown of Bohemia was for all time to tolerate them. If any one of them offended against the law, he only was to be punished. His crime was not to be visited on the whole Jewish community. King Ladislaus confirmed this decision of the Diet, only to break it very shortly after, for the citizens of Prague were opposed to it, and spared no pains to frustrate its fulfillment. They so strongly prejudiced the king against the Jews as to induce him to decree their expulsion, and to threaten with banishment such Christians as should venture to intercede for them. By what favorable dispensation they remained in the country is not known. Though in 418 daily expectation of expatriation, they grew reconciled to having their habitation on the verge of a volcano. A descendant of the Italian family of printers, Simpsinus, named Gershon Cohen, established a Hebrew printing office at Prague about 1503, the first in Germany, nearly 4 decades after the foundation of Hebrew printing offices in Italy. The Prague community does not seem to have excelled in learning. For some time not a single scientific work, not even one on a Talmudic or rabbinical subject, issued from the press of Persian. It merely supplied the needs of the synagogue, whilst Italian and Turkish offices spread important ancient and contemporary works. We find but one rabbinical authority mentioned in those days, Jacob Polak, born about 1460, died about 1530, the originator of a new method of Talmud study, a foreigner, and, with the exception of his namesake Jacob Yerov, in the East, the most profound and sagacious Talmudist of his time. Curiously enough, the astonishing facility of ingenious disquisition on the basis of the Talmud Kilpul, attributed to Polak, which attained its highest perfection in Poland, proceeded from a native of Poland. After Italy and Turkey, Poland was in those days a refuge for hunted and exiled wanderers, chiefly for those from Germany. Here, as well as in Lithuania, united with Poland under one sovereign, Jews enjoyed a better position than in the neighboring lands beyond the Vistula and the Carpathians, though the monk Capistrano had for a while interrupted the good understanding between the government and the Jews. Kings and the nobility were, to a certain extent, dependent on them, and, when other interests did not conflict, generally granted them privileges, because with their capital and commerce they were able to turn the territorial wealth of the country for 19 into money, and to supply its inhabitants, poor and coin, with the necessary funds. The farming of the tools and the distilleries were mostly in the hands of Jews. It goes without saying that they also possessed land, and carried on trades. Against 500 Christian there were 3,200 Jewish wholesale dealers in Poland, and 3 times as many artificers, including workers in gold and silver, smiths and weavers. The statute of Casimir IV, so favorable to Jews, was still in force. For though, constrained by the fanatical monk Capistrano, he had abrogated it, yet in view of the advantages that the crown of Poland derived from the Jews, he reenacted the same laws a few years after. The Jews were generally treated as citizens of the state, and were not compelled to wear ignominious badges. They were also allowed to carry arms. After the death of this politic king, two opponents arose against them. On the one hand, the clergy, who saw in the favored position of the Polish Jews an offense to Christianity, and on the other, the German merchants, who, long settled in Polish towns, had brought with them their guilt and old-fashioned prejudices, and hated the Jewish traders and artificers from sheer envy. United they succeeded in prejudicing the successors of Casimir, his sons John Albert and Alexander, against the Jews, so that their privileges were abolished, and the Jews themselves confined to particular quarters, or even banished altogether from certain towns 1496 to 1505. But the next sovereign, Sigismund I 1506 to 1548, was favorably disposed towards them, and repeatedly protected them against persecution and expulsion. The strongest supporters, however, of the Polish Jews were the Polish nobility, who hated the Germans from national and political antipathy, and therefore, both from policy and inclination, favored the Jews, and used them as their tools against the arrogant Germans. And since the nobles held the 420 high official posts, the laws against Jews, to the vexation of the clergy and the guilds, remained a dead matter. Poland, therefore, was an asylum much sought after by persecuted Jews. If a Jew who had turned Christian, or a Christian, wished to become a Jew, he could do so as freely in Poland as in Turkey. The rabbis were important agents for the crown. They had the privilege of collecting the poll tax from the communities and paying it over to the state. Therefore, the rabbis of large towns, appointed or confirmed by the king, became chiefs in the administration of communal affairs, represented the Jews before the crown, and bore the title of chief rabbi. The rabbis retained the civil jurisdiction, and were authorized to banish unworthy members, and even to inflict the punishment of death. But in Poland, the country which for several centuries was to become the chief home of the Talmud and the nursery of Talmudic students and rabbis, which was long enveloped, as it were, in a Talmudic atmosphere, there were no prominent Talmudists at the beginning of the 16th century. It became the home of the Talmud only after the immigration of numerous German scholars. Coming from the districts of the Rhine and Main, from Bavaria, Swabia, Bohemia, and Austria, swarms of Jewish families settled on the banks of the Vistula and the Dnieper, having lost their fortunes, but bringing with them their most precious possessions, which they defended with their lives, and which they could not be robbed of, namely, their religious convictions, the customs of their fathers, and their Talmudic learning. The German organization which upon had no real space, established itself in Poland and Lithuania, in Ruthenia and Bohemia, spread in all directions, and, impregnated with Slavonic elements, transformed itself into a Polish school. 421 But the Jewish German fugitives transplanted to Poland not only the knowledge of the Talmud, but also that of the German language, as then spoken. This they imparted to the native Jews, and it gradually superseded the Polish or Ruthenian tongue. As the Spanish Jews turned portions of European and Asiatic Turkey into a new Spain, the German Jews transformed Poland, Lithuania, and the territories belonging thereto, into a new Germany. For several centuries, therefore, the Jews were divided into Spanish and German-speaking Jews, the Italian-speaking members being too small in number to count, especially as in Italy the Jews were compelled to understand either Spanish or German. The Jews settled in Poland gradually cast off their German awkwardness and simplicity, but not the language. They honored it as a palladium, as a holy remembrance. And though in their intercourse with Poles they made use of the language of the country, in the family circle, and in their schools and prayers, they adhered to German. They valued it, next to Hebrew, as a holy language. It was a fortunate thing for the Jews that at the time when new storms gathered over their heads in Germany, they found on her borders a country which offered them a hospitable welcome and protection. For a tempest burst in Germany, which had its first beginnings in the narrow Jewish circle, but eventually drew on the Jews the attention of all Christendom. An eventful, historical birth, which was to change the face of European affairs, lay, so to speak, in a Jewish manger. 422. Chapter XIV. Brooklyn and the Talmud. Antecedents of the convert John Pfefferkorn and the Dominicans of Cologne Straton, or Twinus Gradius and Arnold of Tundernicker von Carbon TTACKS on the Talmud and confiscation of copies in Frankfurt Euclid's Hebrew and Kabbalistic studies. Heat controversy concerning the Talmud activity on both sides of the excitement on complete victory of Reuchlин's efforts in defense of Jewish literature. LRICH von Hutten Uther revival of Hebrew studies. 1500 to 1520 CE. Anticipated from the German nation, everywhere considered heavy and stupid, from the land of lawless knights, of daily feuds about trifles, of confused political conditions, where everyone was both despot and slave, mercilessly oppressing his inferiors, and pitifully cringing to his superiors. Hope and have anticipated that from this people and this country would proceed a movement destined to shake European affairs to their center, create new political conditions, give the Middle Ages their death blow, and set its seal on the dawn of a new historical era. A reformation of church and politics, such as enlightened minds then dreamt of, was least expected from Germany. Yet there slumbered latent powers in that country, which only needed awaking to develop into regenerating forces. The Germans still adhered to ancient simplicity of life and severity of morals, pedantic, it is true, and ludicrous in manifestation. Whilst the leading Romance countries, Italy, France, and Spain, were suffering from over-refinement and surfeit and moral decay. Because the Germans had retained their original Teutonic dullness, the clergy could not altogether succeed in infecting them with the 423 poison of their vicious teaching. Their lower clergy, compared with that of other European countries, was more chaste and modest. The innate love of family life and genial association, which the Germans had in common with Jews, preserved them from that moral depravity to which the Romance nations had already succumbed. In the educated circles of Italy, especially at the papal court, Christianity and its doctrines were sneered at. The political power they conferred alone being valued. But in Germany, where there was little laughter, except in taverns, Christianity was treated as a more serious matter. It was looked upon as an ideal, which had once been alive, and would live again. But these moral germs in the German race were so deeply buried that it needed favorable circumstances to bring them to light, and cause them to stand forth as historical potencies. However much the Germans themselves may ignore it, the Talmud had a great share in the awakening of these slumbering forces. We can boldly assert that the war for against the Talmud aroused German consciousness, and created the Reformation, with many other efforts, would have died in the hour of birth, or, perhaps, would never have been born at all. A paltry grain of sand caused the fall of an avalanche, but shook the earth around. The instrument of this mighty change was an ignorant, thoroughly vile creature, the scum of the Jewish people, who does not deserve to be mentioned in history or literature, but whom Providence seems to have appointed like some noisome insect involuntarily to accomplish a useful work. Joseph Pfefferkorn, a native of Moravia, was by trade a butcher, and, as may easily be surmised, illiterate. His moral turpitude was even greater than his ignorance. He committed a burglary, was caught, 424 condemned to imprisonment by Count de Guttenstein, and released only at the urgent prayers of his relatives, and on payment of a fine. It appears that he hoped to wash away this disgrace with baptismal water. The church was not scrupulous, and received even this despicable wretch, when at the age of 36 he presented himself with wife and children, to be received into Christianity about 1505. He seems to have been baptized at Cologne. At any rate, proud and fanatical Dominicans of that city. Cologne was an owl's nest of light-shunning swaggerers, who endeavored to obscure the dawn of a bright day with the dark clouds of superstition, hostile to knowledge. At their head was Hochstraten Hoogstraten, an inquisitor or heretic hunter, a violent, reckless man, who literally longed for the smell of burning heretics, and in Spain would have been a useful Torquemada. His counterpart was Arnold of Tungern Tungern, a Dominican professor of theology. The third in the coalition was Ortwin de Grays, of Deventer, who Latinized his name to Ortwinus Gratius, the son of a clergyman. Ortwin de Grays entertained so violent a hatred against Jews that it could not have been due solely to religious zeal. He made it his special business to stir up the wrath of the Christians by anti-Jewish writings. But as he was too ignorant to concoct a book or even a pamphlet, he surrounded himself with baptized Jews, who had to supply him with materials. A Jew, who, during a persecution or for some reason, had become a convert to Christianity in his 50th year, and assumed the name of Victor von Carbon, though he had but little Hebrew and rabbinical learning, was dubbed rabbi, in order to give more weight to his attacks on Judaism and to his confession of Christianity. It is not precisely known whether Victor von Carbon, who sorrowfully stated that on his conversion he left his wife, 3 children, brothers and dear friends, voluntarily for 25 or by compulsion reproached the Jews with hating Christians and reviling Christianity. He supplied Ortwinus Gratius with materials for accusations against them, their Talmud, their errors and abominations, which Ortwinus worked up into a book. But Victor von Carbon appears, after all, not to have been of much service, or he was too old, born 1442, died 1515, to assist in the execution of a deep scheme, destined to bring profitable business to the Dominicans, the heresy judges of men and writings. But they needed a Jew for this purpose. Their own order had not long before got into rather bad odor. Pfefferkorn was the very man for them. He lent his name to a new anti-Jewish publication, written in Latin by Ortwinus Gratius. It was entitled A Mirror for Admonition, inviting the Jews to be converted to Christianity. This first anti-Jewish book with Pfefferkorn's name dealt gently with the Jews, even sought to show the groundlessness of the frequent accusations with regard to stealing and murdering Christian children. It entreats Christians not to banish the Jews, nor to oppress them too heavily, since to a certain extent they are human beings. But this friendliness was only a mask, a feeler put forth to gain firm ground. For the Cologne Dominicans aimed at the confiscation of the Talmudic writings, as in the days of Saint Louis of France. This was distantly pointed to in Pfefferkorn's first pamphlet, which endeavored to throw suspicion on the Talmud, and as 3 reasons to explain the stiff-necked unbelief of Jews, their practice of usury, the fact that they were not compelled to go to church, and their attachment to the Talmud. These obstacles once removed, Jews would throng to church in crowds. The pamphlet, therefore, admonished princes and people to check the usury of the Jews, to compel them to attend church and listen to sermons, and to burn the Talmud. It admitted that it is not just to infringe 426 upon the Jews' claim to their writings, but Christians did not hesitate, in certain cases, to do violence to Jews, and compared with that the confiscation of the Talmudic books was a venial offense. This was the sole object of the pamphlet under Pfefferkorn's name. It was generally believed in Germany that the Cologne owls expected to do a good stroke of business. If they could induce the ruling powers to sequestrate all copies of the Talmud, Dominicans, as inquisitors, would have the disposal of them, and the Jews, who could not do without the Talmud, would pour their wealth into Dominican coffers to have the confiscation annulled. Hence, in the succeeding 2 years, still putting Pfefferkorn forward as the author, they published several pamphlets, wherein it was asserted to be a Christian duty to expel all Jews, like so many mangy dogs. If the princes would not do so, the people were to take the matter into their own hands, solicit their rulers to deprive the Jews of all their books except the Bible, forcibly take from them all pledges, above all, see that their children be brought up as Christians, and expel the adults as incorrigible rogues. It was no sin to do the worst to Jews, as they were not free men, but body and soul the property of the princes. If they refused to listen to the prayer of their subjects, the people were to assemble in masses, even create a riot, and impetuously demand the fulfillment of the Christian duty of degrading the Jews. The masses were to declare themselves.
I'll be back in a minute. So yeah, here I am. Tracht gut, weten gut. If you think good, it's gonna be good. Think positive. There's a lot to that statement, right? If you got bad things in your mind, yeah, that's your mind. That's all there is, buddy. It's gonna be bad. See what's going on in the chat. Both of you shut the... Let's see, what will I say to her? I don't. Uh-oh. I knows. me change this room here with these fools. How come? What? Why am I still in here? Wait a minute. English room 13. Oh, I get it. Oh shit, trip. I would like to get an MD right up on her. Like, right. She is vulnerable to MDs. Look at that. All her stuff is long range and guided and stuff. Well, she got a surge with ArcTorrent. Well, she's got some politics with her Ukrainian behind. She probably got that free on a spin the big wheel or something like that. Hey, what is this? Chef Chef, I'm blind, man. Chef Vlahos? Are you playing with viewers? Well, actually, I was on an intermission. I've been, playing with viewers? A lot of my views comes on my YouTube channel. Please like and subscribe. Yeah, and I just have started this channel. It's at The Real Mystic Mask at YouTube. But a lot of people watch right now. I just started doing the stream a couple months ago when this game first came out. Because my daughter, my daughter wants to stream, right? So I wasn't doing any streaming, but I was like, I better get in here and learn how to do it so I can satisfy her. Are you playing with viewers? Oh, I get it. If you want to, you want hold on, I'll give you my number. You can add me and we can, if you're a squad dropping, I would love to make a video of you. I will stand in front of you. You can blow away my entire hangar. And I won't even fire. You'll be able to, and I'll put it on the stream and put it on my channel. But I don't know. You might not be a squad dropper. I'm not sure what you mean. Yeah, tell me what you mean and explain it behind it. And maybe I will understand with my thick cranium. I guess I missed the ID. Okay, hold on. Let me add you. Control C. If you got, like this, a girl beat you, it's like if I went up against her, she would so vaporize me. I would not even need to fire a weapon. But let me go and see if I can add you. Yeah, I would play with anybody. At least a couple of times. But a lot of people, they come on the stream. Well, no, a few people have come on the stream and we end up doing some collab cam together and streaming together. Chef Vlahos. Give the chef some money. Give the man money. This is on my live stream, right? So maybe they will send you some money. Because, man, why? Because he needs the dough, right? He's a chef. Give him some money. He needs the dough. Okay, I just sent you an invite. And set up a battle or something. I need some 2 versus 2 coins for some of my objectives. So if you can make a 2 versus 2 or something. Yeah, no. And like I said, I just started the stream. So I'm getting more views on my channel. I'm getting about, 30 or 40. I'm interested to see how it goes. I have a monetized channel, but I never have taken it really seriously. Let's see, because I've just been teaching, and now I'm ready to quit teaching because people shooting up the schools too much. And I have a family now, and also I don't want to go to school one day and get shot. Stupid. People should get out there. Yeah. In the old days, it was like we laughed more at cartoons and Bugs Bunny and stuff. I don't know. Bugs Bunny would teach me not to be Elmer Fudd, right? Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, man, school is work. Yeah, I've been teaching for many years. I was at a college, and I got hired on staff. I was at a college for about 20 years. Then I taught game development and computer animation in China. Let me get back onto my live scene. All right. But I never have played games and tried to learn how to play them. And I've been a musician, and really these games, it's like playing guitar. Yeah, you know, you gotta click the button and place your hand in the right place at the right time. It's not gonna work if you don't. So it's you know, I don't think it's a waste of time. All right. I think these guys are normal too. Not. Oh wait. Whoa, my stuff is locked. Oh no, I'm stupid. Oh, sorry. Oh, that was easy. I got a dang lock on reticule, which I do not need. Okay. Oh. Oh, you're tearing people up over there. I'm glad you're on my team. Chef Lajos probably got some name. Heavy. Oh, I don't need to get up here, man. I'm not this kind of style. I want to be way up there. You killing everybody, man. You must have something terrible. I'm glad you're on my team. Oh, those poor guys. Oh, I got you. Solid state. Bink. Bink. Wow. Pop. Pop goes the weasel. Boom, dum, dum. So I got my music off and everything. Oh. It's kind of cool. Usually I play music. Let me get something going here. I ain't got time to. I hope you can survive while I do this.
The masses let you carry out the challenges of Christ and carry out his will. He visited and encouraged you as a follower of Christ. This is the God recently, and would you like to be punished with eternal suffering in hellfire? For everyone, all 20 scratches in the Colonial miracles have done too late in the day. The lives of the Jews, though they were known as and despite many times of the crusades and the Black Death, were no longer before 27 scratches.
That's all state. You need to aim, brother. You on the cell phone? Oh no. Thank you. What have you got, man? You said, are you squad driving? See, I know I'm not good at this stuff, man. I've been up here practicing. I made some like 400 videos. Because I have never practiced how to play these games. It takes practice. Yeah.
He regularly believed the calumnies against 429 Jews and their religious literature, especially as they were uttered by a former Jew, who could not but be offended with their habits and wickedness, and who assured her that after the destruction of the Jews,
I move slow because I ain't got no money. That's what it is. Okay. Oh, I lost you there. Looks like I'm with some of these old buddies of mine. Wait a minute. Grammar Pope. We go back. Ouch. I didn't kill my friend. I'm scared. Help. Please don't kill me. That's right. Look at me. Oh, he down here now. Look out. Whoa. I love that. He made that dash and he hit like a ramp or something. It went, all his wreckage went flying. That's when you get hit with a death hit, like right in the middle of your dash. And all your wreckage. It's a ricochet rabbit. That's what it is. You are dumb? You are dumb. Fight. Oh, come here. Come on, bro. I know I was gonna get you soon. Hold on a second. Let me leave this team.
proof of experimentation. 433 admirable but true. In the soft mark. Of no versatile and plasmas. It is under.
I'm like, my mom used to get after me, and she'd be like, "You can't watch the Beverly Hillbillies and listen to the Beatles and read your comic book and do your schoolwork at the same time." And I was like, "Oh yeah, yeah I can." Right. Well, I'm, I listened to her to an extent back then, but still, if she wasn't around, I would do a bunch of things at once, and I supposedly have this attention deficit disorder. A bunch of my siblings have it supposedly as well. It's supposed to be some disability, but recently at school I was working at, they were really abusing the ADHD kids, and I saw this girl one day on my IXL dashboard doing sums in excess of 50 billion, these sums that you give to fifth graders to make sure that they're not using a calculator, because if you go over 100 billion, it's going to give you E something, right? So they put all those exercises to make sure the kids are actually practicing doing their adding. And this girl is a straight F the whole year, and she's tier whatever, ADHD. She's on medication and stuff like that. She wants to get out of that school. And man, at the end of the year, I saw her, on my dashboard. I ran around the other side of the building to make sure it was her. and she was adding faster and correct than I'm capable of adding. And I was like, I'm going to quit this job, and I'm going to go home, and I'm going to celebrate my attention deficit disorder. I think it's actually it's like the X-Men, But, yeah, I did, I was supposed to do a computer science degree, and I got into electronics, and at the time we did a lot of we had all those damn cathode ray tube computer monitors, and they were quite costly, and so we actually repaired them on the Georgia State campus, and I learned all this electronic stuff, and I just coding, like, I never had a decent enough teacher to get into it, and all the coding that I've done is entirely self-taught because the teachers were just so bad. Like, I really don't want to be here, kind of. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. The thing is, this is odd. I had a Bachelor of Science in mathematics, and it turned out that I just was better and more interested in higher math stuff. And but the university, Georgia State University, hired me, and I ended up doing. The Board of Regents was buying Autodesk software. It was like, when I first started a school there, I was one of the guys we were setting up. We had a token ring backbone. We didn't even have a ring, right? And we brought, I was a grunt student assistant when we actually took out all the 8088s, and when we took out the 286s, the IBM Microchannel Series 286s. We had one Silicon Graphics machine, one of the big cabinets downstairs, and I was there when we took out the 386s. I personally delivered the first Pentiums to the Georgia State computer labs. Pentium 60s. Yeah, we may, it's it's very possible. Do you remember when Telnet was first a thing? And you could, I would be in the computer lab at the desk, right? And we would we'd be running Telnet, and you'd see somebody that walk into the lab, and then you'd pipe a JPEG. You'd go pipe more, or no, pipe. What is it? You want to send something to their email address. What is it? They're on Telnet, and what you could do is you could send a JPEG. Yeah. Yeah, we had thermal teletypes. Actually, the big workhorse printer that we had at Georgia State University was the Manus Mentali. You know, when we first had the big, huge computer labs, we had a Manus Mentali dot matrix printer, and I used to have to repair those, and they had to be really precision calibrated or whatever to work right. But man, thousands and thousands of pages would get printed on those things before the laser printers and everything like that. Yeah. My first computer was a Televideo. I think it was an 8186 with two dual floppy drives and 512K RAM. And we played Leather Goddesses of Phobos. Right, that was one of the big games. What the crap? And I ended up later on. I got a Televideo 286, and I think they're an item now. Like they're people like to get them because they're considered to be cool or something like that. But a guy ended up giving me his Televideo 286, and I actually could run it. Saved all the floppy disks. You had to put the operating system and boot it up with the operating system. Then you took the operating system disk out and put the software disk in. And I was Zenith. We had Zenith PCs full. No, they were half height floppies with 5 gig hard drives. Yeah. Not 5 gigs, 5 meg. 5 gigs. What am I talking about? No, 5 megabyte hard drives, right? And yeah, the modems and stuff. But yeah, I got meg, not gigs. Yeah. But yeah, the guys that were the big guys over us were still going down to operations with stacks of, what was it, Fortran? They had to do those punch cards or whatever. But the yeah, punch cards. Yeah, that's right. The God. But one of the things that changed the course of things for me was Autodesk was selling to the Board of Regents in the state of Georgia these big suites of 3D Studio Max, and they ended up getting Maya down the road. That we had Alias Wavefront on some SGI machines, and nobody at the school, none of the teachers knew how to even use computers, right? And so the Board of Regents was like, well, for you guys in the computer center, because I was on staff by that time, they were like, you guys in the computer center, if you guys can learn how to use this AutoCAD and Autodesk software, 3D Studio Max and Lightscape and all that stuff, we'll try to make opportunities for you for advancement. So, I mean, when we were doing web pages for the first Georgia State University web pages, we were using Notepad. It was right at the beginning of what a web page was. And they didn't know. We all had, they didn't know, the admin didn't know that we could run web servers on all our PCs. It was wide open, so all the people that were savvy had HTTP daemons, because you're like, oh, this is really cool. I can put all my files that I want to get anywhere on the internet, run an HTTP daemon, and then if I'm on a computer anywhere, I'm like, here, I'm download from Georgia State University web, and they didn't understand that it was easy to do. This is an interesting story. I was living in Home Park over by Georgia Tech, and they had this Neely Nuclear Research Facility. And I think that GTRI, that people are like, it's Department of Energy, which means Department of Nuclear Weapons. That's a code word for that. Because they put a Cobalt-60 irradiator. I don't even know how on earth did they even get that down to Georgia Tech? Because it was 500,000 curies of Cobalt-60. It's some kind of fission product, right? Spent fuel. Right? How did they isolate Cobalt-60? Except maybe at we have that nuclear big nuclear it's not Hanford, the one that we have, the Savannah River plant. So I always figured that somehow they managed to get that nasty stuff down to my neighborhood. Well, the reactor vessel was cracked at Tech. This is a true story. It was cracked, so they had to get, since the vessel was cracked, it meant that if they were going to operate and do experiments and stuff, they had to routinely release radioactive material into the neighborhood. Right? And, so, and you can check the history of this. I think you could probably do a Freedom of Information Act with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. But a bunch of community groups, we didn't trust them. And I helped file a licensing intervention to get their license revoked. When the Olympic Games was coming up, what we did is we sent letters to heads of state over the entire world, right? I went around and I was like, here's this letter. I got people to translate it into Korean, and I sent it to Korea. And I sent a letter to, I was like, there's a cobalt-60 irradiator down here, and there's a cracked containment vessel. It's right in the heart of the Olympic Village. Sent a letter to the Queen of England because the idea was, it's like, I was pissed off that in Home Park, that what we discovered, this is what they were doing. They got permission. They got a 5-year license authorization to operate, but they had to monitor how much and what kind of radioactivity they emitted from the facility. Well, the first of the 5 years, they got this Windrose. It's a big, large printout where they have these expensive receptors all around the facility measuring the radioactive stuff. What is it and how much was released, and if it's within spec, right, then you can continue to operate. Well, this little old lady who didn't trust them, she said, I want to see those Windrose data for every year, right? So she sent off and requested from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission the Windrose data. And they sent it to her, and she's just a little old lady that doesn't trust these science numbskulls or whatever. And the first thing she saw is that every single printout was the same. In other words, the first year they were licensed to operate, they did monitor what they released. And then for the subsequent 4 years, they sent in a copy of the same data. So their license got revoked right before the Olympics game or whatever. And people down at Tech were telling me, or people at Georgia State were like, watch your back, man. And I got in trouble at Georgia State because I had a website where we put all the data. And I was like, well, I'm a student. And this really happened. This guy, I think it's okay to talk about it now. This Sam guy over systems, I won't say his last name. It's a German last name, actually. But he took me in his office and gave me a dressing down for putting this public available data about the nuclear facility and their transgressions on my website at the university. He's like, if you do this again, you're going to be fired. I said, well, but I'm a student. I have freedom of speech, and this is important public information. And they said, no, you're also on staff now. So whenever you work for the government, you revoke all your constitutional rights and protections. That's what happened. Yeah, I was taken in an office and told that. If you do this again, anything like this again, you'll be fired. And I guess it's okay to talk about it now because he's probably, I don't even know if the guy's still alive, but yeah. But cobalt-60, like a guy would say, this scientist Arjun Makhijani at the oh yeah, I know. Yeah, there's some famous interchange with Noam Chomsky, where Noam Chomsky was really popular in with some big radio hosts in Canada, right? So he would go up there and talk about all the bad stuff that the United States was doing or whatever, and this guy called him back on his show, oh, we love that. And when he came on the show again, he talked about Canadian, transgressions and stuff like that. And the guy was furious, but yeah, he actually got called back because there was public outcry in Canada. Yeah, I know people imagine that. Well, I mean, you don't really have them. It's what the founding fathers talked about, stuff that you write down on paper, is they say it's a parchment barrier, right? And that's to remind you that the only thing that you have protecting you is a piece of paper with some writing on it. And no matter where you are, you need to bear in mind that if we all pretend that we have these protections and rights and stuff like that, but if you actually go and use them, you might find that paper is easily torn. But like I admire Chomsky, because he's always taken a lot of personal risk to stand up and point out how stupid things are. But that's like the thing at Georgia Tech. They're releasing radioactivity into the neighborhood, and they did not know what they released. And it so happened one of their presidents during that time period got a weird brain tumor and died. Can't prove it was from Georgia Tech releasing radioactivity. Can't prove it, but it's interesting, coincidence. Yeah. But I read the biological effects of ionizing radiation up to volume 5. Boy, that's mind-numbing stuff. But I know enough that we don't know much about, and what they're, when you allow these scientists to just get away with stuff, releasing chemically toxic and radioactive material into your environment. Yeah, it's interesting for them because they get to see what happens to populations. That's how they, and don't take my word for it, but the atmospheric testing in the United States ended up killing more Americans than Hiroshima and Nagasaki combined. Right, you look it up. Like exactly what I said. More Americans killed by atmospheric testing than Hiroshima and Nagasaki combined. Right, and I'm pretty sure it's a known fact now. But back when they were doing it, they were like, "Oh, it's harmless." They just put all this fallout on all the pasture lands in the United States, right? And the cows ate it, and then we drank it down in milk, and people got cancer. Tumors and shit like that. And they're like, oh, it's just low-level ionizing radiation. Well, what the hell is an ion? Well, it's an atom with a charge. Well, where did an atom with a charge come from, for God's sake? It came from a molecule. Well, where was that molecule? It was in my body doing something, like in my organs or something, and then it was ionized. and a reactive atom that was a piece of that destroyed molecule was floating around in my body. And typically those become oxidizing agents, which means that they're corrosive. And that doesn't even look at the chemical toxicity of fission products that you release into the environment. It's not well understood, all the shit that it does, but it's damn sure, it's obviously not good. Yeah, guys, so. I always like to give a shout out to Rebecca Lemov. I think she's at Harvard, but she wrote a book called The World as Laboratory, where she did a big book about this whole era of human experimentation in the United States, where the army and stuff did a bunch of unethical stuff. It reads like a dang conspiracy theory thing, but yeah, they did it. They were like, by the time it's a problem, we'll be out of here. So, putting bad chemicals and stuff, and it's in one Bayer 5. Well, I think it's the Bayer 5 report, biological effects of ionizing radiation. And don't take my word for it. You have to go look it up because it's too priceless. First of all, Bayer 5 is like, well, we don't understand much about what happens with low-level ionizing radiation in the human body. But since it's mostly water, let's study what happens to water when we ionize. Oh, look, it forms oxidizing agents. inside the body, right? So undesirable. But then the conclusion, and I'll have to read it again because it's been many, many years since I read it. But they were like, well, it's like as if you ate a bucket of peanut butter or something, like a gallon bucket of peanut butter. First of all, and this was, I was at the Institute for Environmental Energy Research in Washington, D.C. in a community. It's like a community training class for community members that are concerned about dangerous chemicals and stuff, nerve agents that are stockpiled near their neighborhoods and stuff like that. But they were training us up there, and the guy said, I brought that up. Well, it says it's like this kind of ionizing radiation would be like the same as if you ate a big bucket of peanut butter. And I said, well, first of all, I'm not going to eat a whole bucket of peanut butter probably in my lifetime, and I'm already concerned because hydrogenated oil. I'm not sure that's that I like to eat a lot of that, and that's in peanut butter, right? But the Arjun Makhijani said, well, just because you found out that it's just, it's like the same amount of harm would be done as if you ate a bucket of peanut butter, that doesn't give you a right to put some kind of toxic agent on people, like release it from a cracked reactor vessel over residential neighborhood or whatever for 4 years without even measuring what you were releasing. The thing with the Neely facility was right 1996. The success of it was like we had a group called Georgians Against Nuclear Energy. We had another group called Women's Action for New Directions, and we had another group called which book? Buyer 5. Rebecca Lemov, The World is Laboratory. I don't know. It's a costly book though. It's about $40. Yeah. It's I think it's still used as a college textbook. It may be or whatever, but it's kind of college textbook sort of price. It's kind of like I have a bookstore at home where I sell books online, and it's one of those books that it's worth like searching for a cheap copy of it to resell it because it's pretty costly. But she does appear in a documentary with another bunch of interesting writers. What is the name of it? It's called Human Resources, Social Engineering in the 20th Century or something like that. And they actually have a lot of footage of her, and she's an expert on, basically human experimentation in the United States, where the military, is like, well, it's for national security. So we're doing this for your insecurity for national security, right? It's just like you're storming the beach at Normandy, but you didn't know that the army was like dropping stuff on you. There was but yeah. Please give me a like and subscribe. My YouTube channel gets more views or whatever, but you've added me now. We should stay in touch. What part of you're in Canada, right? Well, I'm in the South, in the deep South. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, thanks. I'm near, of course, Georgia Tech. I'm in the Atlanta area. I was in China for 7 years, teaching computer animation and computer graphics. Oh, thanks. Yeah, there, you don't realize it, but like every time you see like a Star Trek or any kind of show that has Americans in it, that all the effects, like the animation and stuff, they really try to get that out to sweatshops in Southeast Asia. And like, as an example of what they were doing in China when I was there, is American Studio would set up in Beijing, And then they make the working conditions so bad that local people would not work there. And then after you pass a certain amount of time with that, you get permission from the Chinese government to invite people from the provinces, right? And they get a special work permit. They go to Beijing. And then what the employer does is it's like a sweatshop. He's like, well, you can't go home until this production special effects on this footage is done, and they have to work or, you know, get their residence permit revoked and sent back to the countryside. And strategically, mainland China, they know that they're behind, and they know that Americans are not that bright. American business people are pretty, you know, they're like, we're in kind of this mode of CEO salary. You know, how many people can I fire and make their salary become my CEO salary, right? So they move the stuff to China and exploit the Chinese population, but China harnesses that to quickly catch up. So even, you know, even if you couldn't cut it in an American studio in Beijing and you got sent back home, China has now acquired more technical expertise and knowledge, and this is the same thing with all the companies that have moved to China. Say you make oil of Olay. Well, you're riding on the reputation of it being an American product or something like that. You know, the Chinese trust it more. Well, you set up manufacturing in China. Really, in the long term, oil of Olay has a potential consumer base in China that outnumbers the U.S. potential consumer base 5-1 or 10-2. Right, so once oil of Olay is fully established manufacturing in China proper, really they don't care what happens in the United States because they don't have that many customers there. And you know, in the long term, it's a bad idea, but they're doing it. You know, I wasn't going to stay in China for my whole life. I thought first I might get married, but they're like capitalism on steroids. So I was trying to get away from capitalism on steroids, and it's like more capitalism than you're used to in the United States. But yeah, American people need to, as long as they it's like they idolize, as it says in the Bukowski poem Dinosauria We. There's a poem by Bukowski where he's like born into this, where doctors or hospitals are so expensive it's cheaper to die, where lawyers are so expensive that it's cheaper to plead guilty. And until you know, it's like we have this culture here. He says we're born into a country where rich fools are elevated into heroes, right? So as long as Americans, you know, bend over to get screwed over, yeah, the CEOs are going to do this. You know, they moved the manufacturer of in the big Bush Jr. depression or recession, really, recession. I had a Chinese guy come to me after it, you know, and he was like, "Look, the United States is like moving all the skilled manufacturing out of the country as fast as possible, right?" During the Bush recession, he's talking to me in Chinese, right? He's like, during the Bush recession, they exported 40% of all manufacture of aftermarket auto parts to us, right? And so he's talking about we're floating container ships. Our container ships arrive in the United States with cheap products, right? And then we load them up with junkyards full of junk cars and they just float right back to China, and we copy all the parts and you know, it's a huge, and he's like, you know, look, come down to Florida. I'll get you a house. I really like you. And I don't feel like learning English at my age. But I was like, well, you know, I don't know. And he's like, I'll give you a place to to stay, and we just want you to help us translate trade law documents, because now that they've moved out the 40, there's another 60% of skilled manufacturer. They want to move the rest of it out, right? And he's a nice guy and stuff, but I mean, he's just strategically a business person, and he knows how to read the crystal ball. The future is that there's millions to be made by the United States screwing itself over in order to enrich some guys that aren't very smart that happen to be CEOs and stuff. And until American people stand up and say, no, we're not we're not going to have this anymore. But right now, American people are like, yeah, I'm going to be the next billionaire. I'm going to be Jeff Bezos. How many of those can you have? Not many, right? They're undesirable, actually. Billionaires are a big disaster. People should have enough, and when they have billions or whatever, and we're in danger. Jeff Bezos could put a war platform on the moon and then conquer the world. You really want to put guys like Elon Musk, on the moon, where they could have a big, huge industrial base and then reinvade the Earth. Like there's a Kurt Vonnegut novel where that actually happens. Is it Breakfast of Champions? I can't remember. Cat's Cradle or something like that. I can. Great to hook up and meet with people online and have real conversations. And I am kind of emotional about these things, because I'm in the South in a very backward part of the United States. We're number 30 in the nation in math and science. I didn't have opportunities, and I that I could have had. And when I live in China, and I see, like, you walk into a bookstore in Beijing, and all the Springer Verlag science books, every single one of them is just like a huge row of books that are like $150, $200 a piece. In the United States, they're like $8 in China, because they just copied them. It's stupid what we're doing. It's almost like the CEOs are like, they're dumb and they inherited money or something. What Jeff Bezos got started with $300,000. He was a flop and he wasn't making anything or whatever. And he was in his garage, and his parents or some people around him were like, he's never going to stop doing this. Let's just drop, $250,000 on him and see if he can go somewhere with it. And he did. He's not super genius or whatever. He got people working for him, and he harnessed them just like the pharaohs that built the pyramids, right? We need to stop being slaves. Let my people go and stand. But until we are willing to deal with the wilderness, going out on our own, so we're going to remain under slavery to people like Elon Musk and stuff like that. But the problem is with the United States, we're really, to me, all I can do, I encourage my kids, you can still do engineering. You can still do rapid 3D prototyping and stuff like that with your game development stuff. You make games and learn all about computer modeling and architectural modeling and stuff. You can still, those skills are skills that can be applied to to engineering and architecture. And so I told all my kids' parents, I was like, don't stop them from playing games, man. And it's just, I went through a thing. My wife has health problems, and it's hard for her to like cook and everything like that. And I was eating junk food for a while because I was trying to take care of all the expenses of the house, and my wife her health was such that she was not able to really cook for a family or something like that. And I was like, I got to stop eating this crappy food. And I changed my diet, and now, I feel so much better. And actually, we went to a Chinese buffet, the hibachi. It's like hibachi, that's going to be Chinese. That's going to be Japanese, right? And I get in there and they look like Koreans, but they were from Taiwan and stuff. But it was just a typical Chinese buffet, and I haven't had that in years, right? I have not had that in years. And so I ate it. I had all the Chinese buffet stuff, and I was like, gee, I feel like I just swallowed a bag of cement because my diet has improved so much that I can really tell how nasty typical food in America is. Chinese people don't like to eat that. Yeah. I'm trying. I was doing a stream from my phone. I was trying to show how I started making my own food and just putting looking up online, what is the benefit of this? Throw it in there. What is the benefit of this? And throw it in there, and just put all the really healthy stuff and mix it all together and then freeze it, mix it with macaroni, put some dressing on it. And my whole life has changed. And it is cheaper. I put my meals in these 1 cup containers, and I lost 70 pounds. I still, if I have a real rough week, I still knock back a bottle of wine on the Sabbath. But I need to stop that. It's you just feel, yeah. It makes a big difference in your life if you eat healthy and stuff. I need to check the lay of the land here. My mouse is acting up. I don't know. Maybe oh wait, there it goes. Okay. All right. Right. Yeah. I totally agree. And when you look up like these Indian spices, they're really combinations like that garam masala. It's supposed to have all these benefits and stuff. They're really just other common spices that are mixed together. But the big thing, I would say, that I've really noticed the last 2 years about my diet improvement, my dietary habits or whatever, is that no allergies. I mean, we're like covered with tree pollen. I mean, you have to put on the windshield wipers. There's so much pollen. And my sister would be just knocked out by the pollen. Actually, both my sisters, just like really take them down. And as I got older, like in my 20s, that's when my late 20s is when the pollen season would start to really bother me. And then finally, it was like year by year, I was like, okay, here comes the pollen season. I'm going to be sleeping all the time. I'm going to be taking Claritin or some kind of crap. And I mean, I've got pollen, but I don't feel bad at all. So, and what I'm thinking, I want to go and look at this again, is that my body is so full of anti-inflammatory. It's like I've got a 50% vegetable diet now, and I slaw. You try to eat a head of lettuce or a bunch of kale. It's like it takes all day. What you do is you shred it into slaw, just like you do with carrots and cabbage. Shred all that stuff really fine, and then it becomes really dense, nutrient dense, and then spice it or whatever, put all the stuff in it. Scoop all that down. Your body is like full, it's just flowing with anti-inflammatory stuff, right? And what I'm thinking is the reason why I'm not sick from the pollen for the last 2 years, not sick at all from pollen. I can see the pollen thick on everything. My wife is sick from it, but I don't feel anything. I'm like, I gotta go find out what that is. It's gotta be something to do with my diet. But another thing, I started Gandhi's complete works. His complete papers are online now, and I read through like something like to 1925, which is like something like 30 volumes of Gandhi's writing and papers. Yeah, yeah. And Gandhi, when he first went to law school in England, he was like joining some vegetarian society or whatever. They were trying to figure out how to completely live on raw food, and they concluded that it couldn't be done. That some foods had to be cooked, right? But back then, that's the early 1900s. They didn't have Cuisinarts and stuff like that. I'm like, we need to revisit this. I was thinking, my wife was recommended to eat 50% raw vegetables, and I was like, I don't even know how I could do that, right? And what I figured out is like, put it all in a food processor, shred it down until it's just like really dense, and put everything in there, all the good stuff. And then just I'll mix the very dense slaw material with the spices, and then put it in a macaroni. Like sometimes I do this spinach rotini or something. It's like some organic spinach rotini, and I make like a pasta salad with it. Right, and then you put it in a bowl, and then I just put a thin layer of dressing on the top of it, and then put cayenne pepper on that. Cayenne pepper is going to bind with that layer of dressing so it doesn't burn a track through your stomach, right? And then on top of that, I put another layer of Vietnamese chili sauce, right? So it's really, really spicy, but I feel great. Right? Spicy food, to eat really spicy food, the thing is like you got to put a lot of peanuts, or one thing that Chinese people do is they eat roasted soybeans. So when you're getting ready to have hot pot, where you've got like a huge pot of chili oil, with floating chili peppers in it, it's just insanely spicy. When you sit down and the pot is heating up, you eat roasted soybeans, and what it does is it just coats the whole inside of your stomach, and then when the spice goes down, it's a blood thinning agent. It raises your metabolism, right? You look at, and this is what happened to me. When I came back to the United States, I was fighting obesity again. But in Southwest China, you look around, everybody's walking around, they look like Bruce Lee. They're totally ripped, and when I got over there, I was over 220 pounds, and I've been 118 pounds most of my life. Just a scrawny little guy, getting really fat. Got over there, and they're eating really insanely spicy food, and shrank right down. My mom was like, "It's the pepper, the green tea, right?" And of course, they eat a lot of really bad food over there too. And the thing about Southwest China is when you're getting to know people, you have to drink a lot of liquor, hard liquor, to make friends with people. Because in authoritarian, I put it like this: Chinese they've had very terrible foreign invasions where they lived under horrifically authoritarian governments. The Qing dynasty was the tyranny of the Manchurian minority. The Mongols killed 60 million people in Eurasia, right? So they have lived under very authoritarian rule, and also you go back in Chinese history, big conflicts have happened, and so it's hard for people to trust, right? So one of the things that happens is when people get to know each other, they have to drink hard liquor and get really wasted. That way you spill your secrets, and it's easier for them to feel like, I really know this guy because I got really drunk with him, smashed. But the thing about it is and Chinese people are coming to be aware of this more now, is that it really makes you age fast to drink heavy grain out, not just have a few vodkas or something, 2 or 3 or a Long Island, maybe 2 Long Island teas. When you sit down at a business meeting with Chinese people you're going to do business with, this is a job, man. You're going to get drunk under the table, and you do that year after year. I watch people just age very rapidly. So there's great things to learn about diet and health and Chinese thought and Chinese medicine and stuff like that, but also other things like that, the alcohol culture, especially in the Southwest, that'll kill you. I couldn't do that forever. But let's see. All right. So I got to get back on. But yeah, thanks for chatting. I think we should go on CollabCam together, and if you want it, and I've had a couple of people do this with me. There's a way that you can run CollabCam where both of our game screens and both of our live streams are on screen all at one time, piped into one stream. It's not super robust, but if you have a good internet connection and you wanted to do something like that, keep me in mind. But I should probably, let me see. I'm going to play a couple. Hey, you want to make a match? Or I don't know if you're still there, but if you want to make a match, we could play a couple of rounds. But it's almost time for my daughter to be up. Oh, the CollabCam. Guest feature in Twitch, yeah. And I don't know. I know some people pay. Like I've seen these kids that do sports streams or something like that, where they're watching some esports or something, and they've got 5 live people at once. I would like to figure out how to do that for free if possible, because it could be done for free. Like I taught elementary school for an entire year with like 100 students on Google Classroom, and yeah, it worked fine. And we were there's a free service on Twitch. Okay, yeah. The thing I was trying to get, I don't know. I wish Chrome, like the dang Opera GX is what I'm using, and I just like that on Opera GX you can throttle the browser. You can go in and say, well, right now I don't want this browser to go over, a gig memory, whatever. And it'll warn you. It'll say, well, if baseline, Opera GX goes, if you try to put it below 2 gigs, it'll say, well, baseline 2 gigs is, you may experience some performance issues if you throttle the browser below 2 gigs. This is a thing. When I was in China, basically you got 220 on the wall. In Canada you have 220, I think, which means you can put a whole computer lab in a room. But I set up these computer labs, and we had software. It's like teacher software where I could instantly project any student's screen to the main computer, right? And you got 122? Yeah. So 220, you can plug a lot of watts on the 220 before you hit your amperage limit. Whereas you take the 220 and you divide by the watts, and that's going to give you your current, and then if you exceed that, that's when you're going to get the temperature rises or whatever. But the the thing is I had the software for a long time. It's like a classroom software, but it's all in Chinese. I don't know where it is. I think I have it on some old computer somewhere, and I've got a big stack of computers, but I have to hook them up one by one to see if I can find the software. But right now, I can't find any kind of software like that where, like, I've got about, I don't know, 20 active computers in my house. So I could literally, if I actually turned on every computer at every location on my property, I probably have 20 i5 through i7 class machines running at the same time. And what would be really cool, and anybody that copies this idea, I think it's a great idea, is like do training, do a stream where you got 20 different computers, and you're going to each different screen, like switching out to a different screen and doing something in real time on it. But if you use something like VNC, it's slow. Yeah, that Ninja thing. Ninja 1, I think. I was looking at Ninja, and I think the one where you're able to console to the different computers really, really fast was one of the top rated one was Ninja 1. But I don't think it's free. Yeah, I'm gonna check that out more. Since I'll look for it, see if I can find a way to make that happen. But yeah, you could, you could do things on all these different computers and be able to instantly switch from one computer to the next, and then stream that live. It'd be, I think that would be so cool. Like have machines running virtual machines. Oh, here's how you set up this Linux. Okay, if I'm going to set up this virtual machine here, you could console the machine, start the setup from the ISO, and then, just keep it moving. Go to something else. Yeah. NDI is free for 2 connections. Okay. Check that out. Yeah. So I've got like up in my kitchen, let me see how many computers I have in my kitchen. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I got 4 i5s in my kitchen. All dual. They're all, well, yeah, I think, yeah, they're all dual monitor. You know why? This is so insane, this country. It's like right now, all the government run schools and government offices and stuff, they're turning on their computers and it's saying, your computer will not run Windows 11, warning, danger, Will Robinson. And they're like, oh, well, we got to throw all these away. They're throwing away computers, right? So I went into a dumpster because I saw these, stacks of laptops, just throwing them out. It's not going to run Windows 11. Holy crap. Are you kidding me? Well, they're beat up. A kid put banana in the USB port. Yeah, that's when that computer was new, it was like $1,000 or something like that. You're throwing it in the trash. Yeah, they are, because it's not going to run Windows 11, and they want to get there. It's like communism, they're like, we want to get our budget next year, and if we do anything to save money, right, then they'll cut our budget, right? So we want to waste as much money as possible, and that way we'll keep the largest amount of budget and buy the most stuff. Stupid. Yeah. All right. That's fun to have a conversation. Yeah. Oh, no. Okay. Okay, there we go. All right. Thank you, sir. All right. I like this level. Chili Willy. I don't know Chili. I've never seen this guy before. Oh, you got a surge. Tear somebody up. Oh, no. Yeah, he's got something horrible. Look out. Going after him, mate. It's all yours, buddy. Oh, I got you. Ouch. That had to hurt. Oh. Oh, I'm out. Shoot. Oh! Got me. Oh, they're tearing us up, man. I didn't see. Instant death, man. He's got, what is that? 63,000 damage in one shot. Squad dropper. Oh! Let me see. Yeah, 62,000. EM rifle, 62,320. I can't withstand it. That's boring. Oh. Took my shield out instantaneously. Just hang back. Oh no. How did, oh, he used a, yeah, okay, I see how he got down there so fast. Chicken. Oh. I know you're gonna kill me. Go ahead and kill me. I'll shoot you a couple of times. It's all right, child. Oh, sorry. What's this chili? Oh, instant doom. What is that? Missile rack. This is really unbalanced, man. This not much. I was hitting my spacebar, but I was not kill shotting him. You're slamming it. Yeah, crash onto him. Man, tear him up. I dang sure want to get you one time. Nope, not even one. Maybe I can learn something. I don't know what I can learn from this. I stayed in the team, yeah. Yeah, it was my understanding that you could just unload your hangar. I've not tried to do it. I should sit down and try to do it. But you just unload your hangar of all the weapons except for one. And then like on the deathmatch, it just reloads the same mag over and over again. So you got one guy on a free-for-all that gets 30 kills, and then 2 other people get maybe 1 or 2. These are totally cool people. They're this group right here. Eva's good. Sometimes she's stupid, but well, no, I mean, you know, not stupid. But, yeah, but sometimes she plays really well. And Wheeze is just, you know, he's just a regular guy. Ooh, my dang mouse is acting up. Eva. Ouch. Ouch. There you go, dear. Thank you, Eva. Touche. Hey, I need to have a word with you. If you don't mind, just stand over here for a minute. Hey, hey. Oh, man. Pulse cannon, 42,000 damage. Wow. Sorry, I kind of threw that one away. I was just being funny. Good job, Chef. Somebody send him some donations, man. He needs the dough. Get it, Chef? Oh. There you go. Hey, Eva. Ah! I hear you down there healing yourself, girl. I can hear the little boop boop. Oh, now she's up there. See, quick. Got her. Oh, that was horrible. See, I saw her tire come rolling down the ramp. Oh, good shot, Wheeze. Yeah, I wish, you know, it's like Eva and Wheeze, it's like I've played with them a lot, both on my team and as an enemy, and that, you know, that you kind of see their personality sort of start to come through over time. And I wish those kind of people would add you as a friend, you know, but I never see them come across warning. Yeah, let's go. Yeah. I look on my thing to see if Wheeze or Eva or certain people, I would like them to add me. But yeah, you think so? I don't know, man. Wheeze, sometimes it's like he's too doing stuff idiot to be a bot. A bot sort of has a method to his madness or whatever, whereas a human being. But who knows? You are owned too. I think of as a person, because sometimes you are owned is pretty hot, but sometimes really stinking. But I don't know. It could be artificial intelligentsia. Okay, I got his shield. Hit you are owned because I got his shield down. There he goes. Okay. Ouch. God. You bad, man. You killed both those guys. Ouch. I deserved that. Sure did. Yeah, you know how Ares has that wide shield and an MD should stay behind the wide shield. It seems like Wheeze was healing me one day And it was like he was doing this thing of like going in front of me, like, here I am. I'm like, I'm healing you. That's like too human, right? What bot would be dumb enough to do that? Because it's like people are like blasting my shield. That's the first thing they want to hit. And you're trying to heal me. You want to fly in front of my face. I'm going to look and see who it is, right? But he's like zzz in front of me, you know, and like people are just trying to shoot me, of course, so he takes all the hits. Boom. Like, can't really heal me if you get... All right, see you next time. Yeah, let's try to do a collab cam and do some funny stuff. Entertainment. I need to sign off here too in a second.
Erasmus, his younger colleague, in preparing for and studying humanism and Hispanic culture in Germany, Lutheran also devoted himself to the study of Hebrew to acquire mastery of the language blessed by God, and thus emulate his power. The church father Jerome. His love for Hebrew grew into enthusiasm, and on the second journey to Rome he became a friend and expert for 1 year. He became a believer, Julius flourishing, and learned from him what deep, marvelous secrets lay hidden in his history. After that, Lutheran thirsted for Hebrew literature, but could not quench this thirst. He could not even obtain a printed copy of the Hebrew Bible. Only in his mature age he found opportunities of acquiring a more profound knowledge of Hebrew. During his stay at Athens, the 48th emperor, Frederick III, he made the acquaintance of the imperial physician and Jewish writer, Jacob Jonas. And this Jewish scholar became his teacher of Hebrew language and literature. Lutheran devoted every hour that he could snatch from his avocations at work to the study, and mastered it so thoroughly that he was soon able to do without a teacher. His genius for languages stood him in good stead, and enabled him to overcome difficulties. He endeavored to turn to speedy account of Hebrew learning acquired with such zeal. He wrote a small work, one of the words, certain chapters of Hebrew language, with simple, depth and fine paragraphs. The language of Hebrew is simple, unbroken, fluid, terse and vigorous. God confers in its direct with men, and men with angels, without interpreting, disputes, and one time converses with another. A Jew devoted to the principle that his race could not have spoken more enthusiastically. The book consists of a series of discussions between an Epicurean 434 philosopher, a Jewish sage Rufius, and a Christian Comnian, and its object is to prove that the wisdom of all nations, the symbols of pagan religion and the forms of their worship are but misconceptions and travesties from the truth, mysteriously concealed in the words, and the very shapes of the letters of the Hebrew tongue. Lutheran may have felt that his knowledge of Hebrew still left much to be desired. Therefore, as ambassador of the elected Palatine, whom he represented at the court of Pope Alexander since 1498 to 1500, continued his study of Hebrew literature. Philippius Sornel, of Cesena, then residing at Rome, became Lutheran's second teacher of Hebrew. Thus the journey commenced, already a famous man, who never discussed the admiration of titles, except that he could not use himself in Hebrew, nor did he disdain to accept instruction and accumulate every opportunity offered, and so highly did he esteem the Hebrew language. Being the only Christian in Germany, or we may say in all Europe, sufficiently familiar with the sacred language, Lutherans numerous friends understand and compile Hebrew grammar, to enable the studiously inclined to instruct themselves. The first Hebrew grammar by a Christian, which Lutheran designated as a memorial more lasting than last finished in March, 1506, was a somewhat poor affair. It gave only the essentials of pronunciation and etymology, together with the vocabulary, the imperfections of which need not surprise us, as it is the work of a beginner. But the grammar produced important results. It aroused a taste for Hebrew studies in a large circle of scholars, and then for zeal for the word himself. These studies renewed after towards the Lutheran Reformation. A number of disciples of Luther, such as Sebastian Nemster and Wildenstedt, followed in his footsteps, and raised the Hebrew language to the level of print. 435 the early Lutheran went down to the Jew lane to carry out the Hebrew worship. He was at first no less intensely prejudiced against the Jewish religion and contemporaries. Forgetful of its former glory, and blind to the solid kernel, because enveloped in a repulsive shell, Lutheran looked on the Jewish people as utterly barbarous, devoid of all righteous grace, superstitious, and evil. He solemnly declared that he was far from favoring the Jews. Like his parent, Jerome, he testified to his thorough hatred of them. At the same time as this Hebrew grammar he wrote in his in which he traced all the misery of the Jews to their blind unbelief, instead of looking for a source in Christians' want of charity towards them. Lutheran, no less than effective one, charged the Jews with blasphemy against Jesus, Mary, the apostles and Christians in general. For the time came when he read this indiscreet occasion of his youth. For his heart did not share the prejudices of his head. He probably found that they were better than Christians represented them. They sent a justice to not allow him to live long in uncorrect, just failed in doing it. When Deathborn and the Colombians approached Lutheran, he was at the zenith of his life and fame. Ino honored him for his rectitude. Emperor Cedric had ennobled him. Emperor Maximilian appointed him counselor and judge of the Swabian League. The circle of humanists, the order of pretty spirited and without Germany, love, Persia, almost beat by him. Those three men shadowed the council of Solomon Root, who was on the best of friends with the Mennonites, yet the friends of darkness instinctively saw him from their state. His cultivation of science and classical literature, his anxiety for basics for America's Latin style, his enthusiasm for Hebrew, all them had been infected, and worse than all, his introduction of Hebrew, his preference for Hebrew truth, what Hebrew text so radical up to Latin volumes, which the church held as canonical and unchangeable, were considered by the Esperantists as crimes, for which the Inquisition could not, indeed, try to prosecute, but it secure him of raising their black oak.
Oh, good job. Ooh, it's hard now, child. And fast paced.
He pointed out that the emperor's mandate was falsely informed, and therefore, the authority did not remain enforceable. Moving 6 to 17, they decided to do so.
Oh, I can't even touch you. Look at you.
In consequence, applied to the
Child.
emperor for second
And somebody coming from the other side. Kill
But the
me.
Jews had not been idle and endeavors to
Lord,
resist the emperor's
help.
verbal mandate and restore their books. The community of Frankfurt had appointed Jonathan Levi Zion as zealous member to
Oh.
advocate their case with the emperor. The community of Radisson also had sent an agent to the imperial court. Isaac Triest, a man greatly beloved by the persons surrounding the emperor, took great pains to frustrate Capricorn's plans. The Jewish advocates were supported by influential Christians, including the representative of the Archbishop and the Margrave of Baden. They first passed the Charters 437 guaranteeing religious liberty, granted to the Jews by emperors and popes, in accordance with which even the emperor had no right to interfere with the management of their private affairs, or to attack their property in the shape of religious books. They did not fail to inform the emperor that their accuser was a worthless person, he and their the Jewish advocates thought that they had cleaned their own. The emperor listened to their petition and audience, and promised them a speedy reply. Their friendly reception led them to look for an immediate settlement of this painful affair. Moreover, it was agreed that Zechariah Mondanian, their protector, was appointed consul. But they did not understand Maximilian's faculty character. As soon as Frederick appeared before him, armed with another autograph letter from his sister, wherein the old Heisman conjured him not to injure his friend while being remarried, and sealed her friend against the Jews. The emperor was in reality secretly pleaded with the despised Jews of Frankfurt, in contempt of his mandate, and refused to give up the books found in their houses. He wrote Punishment 7 mandate November 10, 1509, wherein he encouraged the Jews will have offered resistance, and ordered confiscation to continue. He named Archbishop Royal as commissioner, and advised him to obtain counsel from the universities of Cologne, Mainz, Frankfurt, and Heidelberg, and to associate with himself friends such as Rizal, Victor von Karlin, and the Inquisitor, Lusragen, who was the leader of evil. It was mandate in his law, when feeling that his seemed able to lead, he called him Archbishop Royal from the returning guest, Chancellor of the University of Mainz, is delegate to direct the confiscation of Jewish books. Accompanied by him, 438 Capricorn again returned to Frankfurt, and the book hunt began afresh. 1,500 manuscripts, including those already seized, were taken from the Frankfurt Jews, and deposited in the town hall. Worse than the emperor, after in conduct was the apathy shown by the large communities of Germany in the appointment of delegates to a conference to discuss and frustrate the malicious plans of Capricorn, or rather, of the Dominicans. Smaller communities had contributed their share towards the expenses occasioned by the serious matter, but the larger and richer communities of Offenburg on the Tauber, Reichenberg and Village, on which the Jews of Frankfurt had counted most, displayed global influence. But when, in consequence of the second mandate, Jewish books were confiscated not only at Frankfurt but also in other communities, the right of Frankfurt was nationalized. First, the Frankfurt Senate was influenced in their favor. The Jewish booksellers were accustomed to bring their bales of books for sale to the spring fair at Frankfurt. Capricorn threatened to confiscate these also, but the Senate of Frankfurt refused to assist in the measure, being unwilling to break the laws of the The Jewish booksellers, moreover, had saved nuts each from the prince of his own country, protecting not only their citizens, but also their property. The archbishop maintained sullen silence, but was inclined to favor the Jews. He did not call together the learned men whom the emperor had mentioned to examine the Jewish books, and did no more than he could help. Many princes, also, whose eyes had been opened to the ultimate result of the exchange confiscation, seemed to have made representations to the emperor. Under the opinion of the Jews, like him, the Dominicans were not idle. In those who were not leaders of the and it is remarkable for 39 that the enemies of publicity should remain in the not limited to Island and render the powerful. What is further filled with another anti-Jewish pamphlet, with Capricorn's name on the title page, entitled "And Created by Emperor Maximilian." It linked thousands of instances to the emperor's case, and the way that the fighting against the Jews, on these extreme rights, were so little noticed in Christian circles. The evidence of the atomic, the injury of the Jews, and the facilities were made for them, were the causes of their simply refusing to become Christians. Thus the Cologne Dominicans lay standing behind Capricorn by means of public opinion again attempted to put moral pressure on Maximilian. But this public opinion must have spoken so strongly in favor of the Jews, that Maximilian was induced to take a step unusual for an emperor, namely, in a measure revoke his former commands, by directing the Senate of Frankfurt to restore to the Jews their books May 23rd, 1510, till the conclusion of our purpose and the section of the books. Great was the joy of the Jews. They had escaped the great danger, not their religious books only, so dear to their hearts, but their position in the Holy Roman Empire had been at stake, since the Dominicans, in case of success, would not have stopped at the confiscation of books, but would have inflicted new humiliations and persecutions. But the Jews triumphed too soon. The Dominicans and their confederates and Capricorn would not so readily surrender the advantages already secured. A regular occurrence in the mark of Brandenburg supplied fresh energy to their imaginations, and a pretext for formulating an accusation. He had stolen some sacred emblems from a church, and when questioned as to the holy wafer, he confessed having sold it to Jews in the Brandenburg 440 district. Of course, the thief was believed, and the bishop of Brandenburg entered on the persecution of the Jews with fiery fanaticism. The elector of Brandenburg, the Ottomite, and ardent Harold Hunter, had the accused brought to their home. The accusation of reviling the host was soon supplemented by the charge of infanticide. The Ottoman had the Jews tortured, and then ordered 30 to be burned. With firmness, songs of praise on their lips, these martyrs of Brandenburg met their fiery deaths by 1510, except two, who, with the fear of the state upon them, submitted to baptism, and suffered the seemingly more honorable fate of being beheaded. This is the first mention of Jews in Berlin and Brandenburg. The occurrence made a great stir in Germany, and the Cologne Dominicans employed it to induce the emperor to issue a new mandate for the confiscation of Jewish books, seeing that the Talmud alone could be attributed to the alleged hostility of the Jews to Christianity. They sheltered themselves behind the same go-between. The bigger nut, Ducal Augustinian, to whom the diabolical wickedness of the Jews, as revealed by the above occurrence, was presented in those glaring colors, was again to influence the emperor. The Dominicans suggested to Capricorn that the and child-murdering Jews could boast of having had their books restored to them by order of the emperor, who thus, to a certain extent, approved of the abuse of Christianity which they contained. He had his thereupon Karen assailed her brother, and that Karen interviewed sought him on her knees to reconsider the matter of Jewish books. Maximilian was perplexed. He was loath to accuse his younger beloved sister, but she had so much at heart. On the other hand, he was not highly edified by Frederick's issue advice about the Jews. He found an expedient to appear just to both parties. 441 he issued a new mandate, the French addressed to Archbishop Uriah, directing him to resume the inquiry, but in another form. The indictment was not to be considered as proof, but was to be thoroughly investigated. The Archbishop of Mainz was to take the opinions of the German university's name, and also of Lincoln, Victor von Karman and Kunstler, to whom the Emperor sent a special summoned official bill. The final decision as to the character of the Jewish writings was to be communicated to him by Pfefferkorn, the originator of the inquiry. The Jews had reason to look forward with anxiety to the issue. Their will and more depended on it. It was fortunate for the Jews that the honest, truthful Lincoln, so enthusiastically prepossessed by Hebrew and Kabbalistic literature, was asked to give his opinion of Jewish literature. The Cologne Dominicans, who had proposed him, thereby frustrated their own design, and as a further effect made him the enemy of their hostile endeavors. As soon as Lincoln received the Emperor's command, he set to work to answer the question whether it was godly, laudable, and advantageous to Christianity to burn the Jewish writings, whereby the Talmud especially was meant. His judgment was extremely favorable to the writings in question, nor did he miss the chance of bestowing sundry side blows on the violent instigator Pfefferkorn. Jewish literature, the mistress of his heart, was to be charged as a culprit, and should he fail to defend her with all the powers of his mind? Ruthven's opinion is conceived in the pedantic, heavy, juridical style and prevailing, but does not lack of wisdom. He started from the correct point of view, that, in answering the question, the Jewish writings were not to be treated in the aggregate as a homogeneous literature, but that, excluding the Bible, they were to be divided into 6 classes. The class of exegetic works, such as those 442 by Solomon Rashi, Ibn Ezra, the Pinchis, Moses Germanensis and Levi Ben Gershon, far from being detrimental to Christianity, he declared to be indispensable to Christian theology, the most noted Christian commentators of the Old Testament having taken the best of their work from the Jews, as from fountains whence flow the real truth and understanding of the Holy Scriptures. If from the voluminous writings of Nicholas Stolera, the best Christian exegetist, all borrowed from Rashi were to be assigned, the Parlet, which he himself had composed, might be confined in a few pages. He, indeed, considered it a disgrace that many doctors of divinity, from ignorance of Hebrew and Greek, interpreted the Scriptures wrongly. The class of Hebrew and philosophy, natural sciences and the liberal arts were in no way distinguished from what might be found in Greek, Latin, or German works. With regard to the Talmud, against which the chief accusation was laid, Ruthven confessed it inability to understand it. But other learned Christians understood no more than they might learn from its accusers, including Pfefferkorn. He was acquainted with many who condemned the Talmud without understanding it. But could one write against mathematics without having knowledge thereof? He was, therefore, of opinion that the Talmud was not to be burnt, even if it were true that it contained libels on the founders of Christianity. If the Talmud were deserving of such condemnation, our ancestors of many hundred years ago, whose zeal for Christianity was much greater than ours, would have burnt it. The baptized Jews, Peter Schwartz and Pfefferkorn, the only persons who insist on its being burnt, probably wish it for private reasons. To defend Kabbalistic writings, and save them from being burnt, was easy enough. Reuchlin had but to point to occurrences at the papal court, 443 scarcely 2 decades ago. The learned and eccentric Count Pico di Mirandola had aroused enthusiastic admiration for the Kabbalah, maintaining that it contained the most solid foundation of the chief doctrines of Christianity. Sixtus IV had caused some of the Kabbalistic writings to be translated into Latin. Reuchlin concluded his opinion by advising that their books should not be taken from the Jews, nor burnt, but that at every German university 2 professors of Hebrew be appointed for 10 years, who might also be asked to teach modern, or rabbinical Hebrew. And thus the Jews might be led by gentle means and by conviction to embrace Christianity. Unquestionably, since Jews had been abused and persecuted by Christians, they had not found so friendly an advocate as Reuchlin, who declared himself in their favor in an official document, intended for the Chancellor of the Empire, and the Emperor himself. 2 points on which Reuchlin laid stress were especially important to Jews. The first was, that the Jews were citizens of the Holy Roman Empire, and were entitled to its full privileges and protection. This was the first stammering utterance of the liberating word of perfect equality, which required more than 3 centuries for its perfect enunciation and acknowledgement. The medial delusion, that the Jews, by Vespasian and Titus' conquest of Jerusalem, had become the bondmen of their successors, the Roman and German emperors, was hereby partly dispelled. The recognition that Jews also had rights, which the emperor and the state, the clergy and the laity must respect, was the first faint, trembling ray of light after a long, dark night. The second point, which Reuchlin emphasized more positively, was of equal importance, that the Jews must not be considered or treated as heretics. Since they stood without the church, and were not bound to hold the Christian faith, the ideas of heresy and unbelief 44 those terrifying and lethal anathemas of the Middle Ages did not apply to them. Of what use this judgment of Reuchlin was to the Jews, we discovered by the decision of the faculties consulted occultes to whom the Talmud, of course, was a book with 7 seals. The Cologne Dominicans in a body, the theological faculty, the Inquisitor Hoogstraten, and the gray-haired convert Victor von Karman, all mouthpieces of one mind, did not trouble themselves to prove that the Talmud was hostile to Christianity. They assumed it, and, therefore, quickly arrived at their decision, that the Talmudic writings, and all others, probably of the same stamp, were to be seized and burned. But they went further. Hoogstraten, in particular, had the assurance to say that the Jews should be indicted. Experts were to extract and arrange heretical passages from the Talmud and other Jewish books. Then the Jews were to be questioned whether or not they admitted the perniciousness of books containing such doctrines. If they admitted it, they could raise no objection to have them committed to the flames. If they obstinately persevered in treating such passages as portions of their creed, the emperor was to surrender them as convicted heretics for punishment to the Inquisition. The faculty of the University of Mainz delivered a similar sentence, but went much further. They pronounced not only all Talmudic and rabbinical writings to be full of errors and heresy, but that even the scriptures must have been contaminated and corrupted by them, especially in articles of faith, wherefore these were to be taken from the Jews, examined, and if their expectation was realized, the Jewish Bibles were to be thrown into the flames. This was a cunning device, because the Hebrew text of the Bible does not agree with the Latin Vulgate, the work of bunglers, used by the Church. It was like arraigning an immaculate mother before 445 her degenerate daughter, and telling her that if she did not adopt the vices of the latter, she did not deserve to exist. And it was a clever trick on the part of the Dominicans to get rid of the inconvenient Hebrew text, the Hebrew truth, majestically shaking its head at the childish trifling of clerical interpretations. Had the theologians of Mainz and Cologne succeeded in enforcing their views, the book received on Sinai, the words of the prophets, the Psalms, monuments of the time of grace, would have been cast upon a blazing pyre, and a bastard, the corrupt Latin Vulgate, substituted for it. The Dominicans appear to have suspected that the plain sense of the words of the Bible would bring ruin upon them. Fortunately, the Cologne Dominicans themselves defeated their cunningly laid plan by an act of villainy. Reuchlin had sent his opinion on Jewish literature in a sealed packet, and by a sworn messenger, to Archbishop Uriel, assuming that, being an official secret, it would be opened and read only by the Archbishop and the Emperor. But Pfefferkorn, who believed himself to be on the eve of avenging himself on the Jews, had it open in his hand even before the Emperor had read it. How this occurred has never been cleared up. Reuchlin in plain words denounced the Cologne priests as unscrupulous seal breakers. We ought almost to be grateful to them for having dragged an affair, originally enveloped in official secrecy, into publicity, thereby calling in another tribunal, and turning the peril of the Jews into a peril to the Church. They had grown desperate over Reuchlin's opinion, because his voice had great weight with the Emperor and his advisors. Therefore, the Dominicans, armed at all points, set to work to publish a reputation of Reuchlin's defense of the Jews and their books.
I'm trying to end the stream. Macarena went down, but
446 This libel, entitled Hand Cycle,
yeah,
spread abroad in thousands of copies.
there's a thing
on a man
reading
so highly placed
because
in honor, the judge of the Swabian League,
that
a
way
scholar of eminence,
I get some
naturally caused
other
a great
things
sensation.
read.
Since the invention of printing, it was the first furious attack on a dignitary, and being
There's a thing reading, yeah. It's a thing. It's Neo Speech Kate, yeah. And I get her to read books for me. We have a tradition about oral passing down tradition by word of mouth, and because we're in the computer age, right? I use computers to pass down tradition by word of mouth. This is a 6-volume history by Heinrich Gretz. It's available on Gutenberg for free. But yeah, it's such a good good series of books, and we're probably in about page 3,000, or wait a second, no, this is midway through volume 4. That would be past 2,000 pages, right? I think the whole 6 books winds up being about 6,000 not 6,000, about 3,600. I think it's around 3,600 pages. So it's not trivial amount of text. It's a very long and involved history, and really just the beginning of addressing a lot of issues that affect the entire world urgently to this day. So to be quite honest, I've never really been a gamer, right? I spent a lot of time reading books, and but my daughter really got into gaming. So, but this is my way with my attention deficit hyperactivity disorders. I can run books while gaming. And I think for me, it's a measure of, am I really getting skilled at the game? If I can listen and concentrate on a book while at the same time playing a game, I think that it's evidence that I'm getting a little bit more skilled. So I like that way of metering my ability. For example, if I try to play a book while I'm playing Cuphead, I have to totally tune out the sound of the voice, okay? Because Cuphead is just, it's hard. Have to completely focus on it. But please like and subscribe. I just started this channel, so I'm just a poor little streamer, right? If you would like and subscribe on my channel, maybe I can get my monetization of stuff. But I would try also as well just to like and subscribe. If you like the show, I think it's going to be good, and it's going to get better as I practice more, because I do practice a lot. I try to practice 4 times, at least 20 hours a week. It's just so pathetic because I still suck so bad, right? But I think I'm getting better. When I watch my earlier videos, I was like, wow, I can't even tell what's going on. But now I'm getting a little bit better, I think. But thanks for tuning in. I'm going to try to get back on when I can, but it's time for my daughter to be up, and I want to go